as defined by this code or any other ordinance of the city within the boundaries of the city. This is in reference to illicit discharge of landfill material along Southeast 12th Ave and Palm Drive from dump trucks branded with Downright Engineering. This will be irreparable and irreversible in nature. Location of the violation is Southeast 12th Ave and Palm Drive. The photos were received by a city employee on May 15, 2026. The photos fairly and accurately represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
Special Master, this company was previously cited for the same violation on separate occasions on March 18, 2026, April 29, 2026, May 18, 2026, and June 2nd, 2026.
Thank you. Hello. No. Is it on?
Yep. Can we hear?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
All right, please state your full name.
My name is Paul DePani. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Paul DePani, General Counsel with Downright Engineering. So, Officer Flores, we communicated before this hearing, correct? Okay. And you sent me an email with pictures. I asked you back up for this violation, correct?
That is correct.
Now, are we under oath?
Yes.
She's been sworn in? Okay. In the email, you state, and I'd like to publish this and submit it for evidence. Is this a copy of an email you sent me?
Yes, sir.
The file you opened up and we saw had pictures in it. 3 of them I have here that you emailed me. I did not get copies of the other pictures. Okay. So I asked you the basis of the violation, these 3. And what you said in your email was that please see the following pictures attached of downright truck not securing its load. And is this the violation you issued?
Yes.
Okay. So this, Master, this citation was issued for a truck with an alleged unsecured load. May I approach? Now, may I ask questions of Officer Flores? Now, Officer Flores.
Sure.
Did you stop the truck in question?
No, sir.
Could you bring up the best picture of the truck? That one. Can you zoom into it? Can you zoom in?
Sure, they handle the
If you
pictures.
can zoom in? Okay. Now, you allege that there was a load that was not secured. Is that correct? Did you inspect that vehicle?
No, sir.
So how can you say there was an unsecured load?
I would like to refer that to management, please.
You are here testifying that you issued the citation that there was a load that was not secured. Did you verify there was even a load in the truck?
No, from the pictures that were sent by a city employee, they were the ones that depicted.
So you issued a citation and you did not verify whether there was a violation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm looking at that picture. Is a vehicle, and you're telling me in that email that that chute was not, that tarp was not deployed, not securing a load. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. If there's no load in the vehicle, is it required to have that tarp deployed? You know?
I'm not aware.
Okay. I would say the answer is no. There's no load, there's no requirement for that. And in fact, do you see a violation in that picture of anything being discharged?
Not from the pictures that were sent to me.
Okay. They were sent to you, and you did not observe it yourself.
Correct.
So you have no personal knowledge of that particular vehicle discharging anything onto the public streets of Homestead.
So for clarification, the citation in question isn't for that specific vehicle.
Sorry. She's testifying.
And I am the director of the
You're
department.
the director, but you're
Yes,
issuing
and
a
I'm-
specific citation
Yes.
on that particular vehicle.
And I'm giving a rebuttal,
You're
which I am
giving a
allowed.
rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay, is that appropriate, Special Master?
Well, just like we're hearing your side, I would like to go ahead and hear as well.
Okay, so I have a citation I'm dealing with on a particular vehicle.
The magistrate just allowed me to rebuttal. So if I may,
Go ahead.
just like we gave you the floor, please give me the professional courtesy, okay?
Go ahead.
The citation in question is issued to downright the company, not this specific vehicle, but downright the company for the illicit discharge along Palm Avenue and Southeast 12th Avenue, right?
That's the backup that you provided, but you haven't provided me with any backup that anything was discharged.
Okay.
Do you have any evidence of any discharge to put with this record right now?
We have several.
Do you have it now
have
here
several
before this master? Do you
Sir,
have anything? This is a hearing, sir.
You're arguing right now,
I am
and you're
saying-
not giving me the floor.
I am saying this is basic evidentiary. You have not, this is your file. You provided all these pictures there, but not one picture that you put in there shows any discharge of any material by any downward vehicle. And your officer is saying that she did not observe anything. So if there was a separate vehicle that was involved with something that you saw, take a picture of it, submit it, issue a violation for that. The police could issue a citation if that's the case, but deal with that one. But we're one vehicle.
So
that's what you have.
as we established, we gave you the floor, and now it is the opportunity for the rebuttal.
Right.
But you're interjecting into the rebuttal and not allowing me to speak. So if we need to set the professional quorum and this professional standard for the communication to happen, let's establish
This is
that.
a hearing.
This is a hearing.
You have the,
and
you
there
have
are
the positive
professional
burden of putting it forth
there are
the evidence that
professional
that violation was
standards.
heard.
There are professional standards of a hearing, and that is of not interrupting one when one is speaking. Can we establish that? Is that correct?
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Can we have you in verbal confirmation that you're not going to interject unless I finish speaking, please?
Go ahead.
Okay. As I was mentioning, the citation is in reference to downright the company in general as the illicit discharge caused by this company along the corridor, the specifics of which were verified by city employee and city staff and referred to the code department for enforcement. In this specific case, the city has observed that several vehicles from downright company, which is also an exhibit that you're seeing today, have unfortunately not secured their loads, whether to or from the construction sites within that corridor. At that juncture, the debris is being spilled onto the corridor and causing a nuisance to the surrounding properties and deteriorating the conditions of property and residences.
Okay, that's what you're alleging. Where's the evidence?
Can we scroll through the images?
No, you've got this is what you've provided. So the record is here. You did not, and now
Can
don't
you pause right there?
Don't ambush. Well, that's dust. That's a construction site. That's not being discharged. There's no discharge there from any downright vehicle.
The street is covered in muck, dust, and debris.
That doesn't mean the downright vehicles did that.
We've witnessed it in person.
Okay, bring the evidence.
Continue scrolling, please. Okay.
There's hundreds
Stop
of
right
different
there. Scroll up a
companies
little bit.
and trucks traveling through rock pits in
You
the
could
area.
see the muck and debris
That
going
doesn't
in
mean
the
a
turning
downright
lane.
discharge. You're alleging an unlawful discharge. Because the street is dirty doesn't mean that downright trucks did that. Okay, so no, you can't pin that on downright. Unless you say that there's something falling from that truck and you have pictures of it, you don't have evidence.
We have eyewitnesses.
So bring them in.
I am an eyewitness. I have personally
Good.
seen.
What did you see? Did you take a picture?
I have personally seen and personally taken
Did you
pictures.
see it on this violation here?
I have
This
personally
violation,
seen.
I'm talking about
This
this violation.
violation-
This special master can evaluate the evidence.
This violation is as it relates to the discharge and debris caused and the illicit discharge specifically caused by the company, not this specific
Okay, how many
driver,
loads?
not this
How
specific
many
vehicle.
vehicles were involved?
The frequency of vehicles
How
is
many?
very large.
How many?
At any given time, Downright has excessive numbers of vehicles driving through this corridor.
There's a lot of vehicles in an active construction zone. You have rock pits nearby that travel all the time.
The specific debris is being dropped by these vehicles.
This is a code section that concerns the discharge of materials onto the roadway.
That is correct.
And what you have shown me is a vehicle that doesn't have any load in there is not discharging anything. And you have not shown me anything in this hearing where there's any unlawful discharge. That's your burden. And Special Master, based on what they have said, they have not met their burden. They have not provided any information to support the violation that this happened, and I move that this violation be dismissed.
I believe that you have been, the company has been here for the same situation in the past, correct?
We have not appeared here, no.
This is your first time being here?
In this hearing, yes.
Has your company paid for any of the citations that they've been issued for the illicit discharge?
We paid a violation for something that was shown on a particular truck.
Okay. So you admit
But
so
also that's improper
but
evidence.
you're
That is
interjecting again.
improper evidence
Sir,
because-
if we keep
because
on
another truck-
interjecting in each other, we can't speak on top of each other. If you're going to continue like that, I'm going to ask that the Homestead Police Department dismiss you from this hearing. We can't have this. We need to have a professional quorum. We've established that.
Okay, go ahead.
The question was, has a citation been issued and paid by Downright Engineering previously for the same violation?
No, not the same violation. There was a violation where there was a truck that had some discharge in the back, but it's not necessarily the same one.
Is it not the same ordinance?
It's a different time and place.
Was it the same ordinance?
That's a broad. If a vehicle is speeding, you know, it's a.
So you, on the record, advised that the citation was for the discharge of a truck and it was paid by Downright, correct?
Yes, we did pay that.
Okay, so I move to show that the record reflects that Downright has already admitted to causing this problem, and this is a continuation of this problem, and I rest my case.
Give me a second, let me review this.
And just so that the record reflects, the magistrate was asking about the previous citation, which was item number 9 of the agenda, which was removed from the agenda because the citation was paid.
So I'm looking at this one that was removed, that was paid for, is for the same identical violation. They're both. All right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600151TKT. You have a fine here that says $5,000. I'm going to go ahead and reduce it to $3,000 because you did go ahead and, but this is going to be your final warning. You paid the previous violation on here, and the next time if this happens, it's not going to be anything of any help or any of this going back and forth, because this is kind of like been going on for a while now. So for today, that's what I'm going to go ahead and do, and an $80 administration fee. But that's it. Okay, so it's been reduced, Philip.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Can I have Mr. Price Wiles? Bryce? And Alonso Lewis? The next case is item number 6 under new business. Code Officer Flores, case number CC 2600322, NOB Eliezer Córdoba.
The property was cited on February 2nd, 2026 for code section violation 6-36, non-permitted work. This is in reference to a terrace in the rear of the property without a permit. A notice of violation was mailed certified mail and posted on February 2nd, 2026. Compliance was not met, therefore the property was set for today's hearing. Summons to appear was mailed certified mail and posted on April 23rd, 2026. Currently, the property is in violation. I took photograph on February 2nd, 2026 and April 23rd, 2026. The photos fairly and accurately represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
Special Master, I have been in contact with the homeowner, Mr. Cordova, in reference to this violation, and he has submitted the application to legalize the terrace under permit number BD-26-0037307-BL-R, and it was submitted on March 6, 2026. It is currently under review. He had to resubmit certain documents and would just need some extra time to come into compliance.
Thank you. Hello.
Translate also in Spanish.
Spanish? Okay.
Bueno, como ya le dijo la... ok. Bueno, como ya le dijo la oficial Flores, mi nombre es Eliezer Acosta. O sea, es mi dirección. Eliezer Acosta.
My name is Eliezer Acosta,
150 Northeast,
150 Northeast 28 Terrace,
Homestead, Florida,
Homestead, Florida,
33033.
33033.
Nosotros en la comunidad, un poco por desconocimiento de que aparte del permiso de la asociación, necesitábamos un permiso de la ciudad básicamente para hacer las pérgolas. Básicamente las hicimos sin el permiso.
Okay, so basically in the community, we didn't have the knowledge that we needed a permit for the pergolas.
En el momento que yo recibo, o sea, este documento en la puerta de mi casa por parte del oficial Flores, automáticamente me puse en comunicación con ella.
Okay, since the moment I received the notification from Officer Flores, I immediately established communication with her.
Okay, en ese momento me tardé unas 2 semanas aproximadamente para cotizar, porque quería saber cuánto me costaba hacer la legalización de la estructura.
So it took me about 2 weeks to get a quote in order to find out how much it would cost to get everything legalized.
En ese momento, cuando encontré la persona y el presupuesto básicamente se me ajustaba a mis posibilidades, entonces yo sometí pedir un permiso para una extensión de 60 días, lo cual se me fue denegado.
Okay, so once I found the provider that, gave me a price according to my budget, ¿qué pasó al último?
Sometí un permiso.
Oh, I requested a permit, but yet it was denied.
Entonces, básicamente, al día de hoy, esta es la actualización obtenida el día de ayer en la oficina de permisos de cómo va la tramitación del permiso de la estructura.
So here I have an updated form as to the steps that have been taken towards the process of the structure.
¿Qué le digo? Bueno, básicamente fue una cuestión de desconocimiento.
It was basically not being aware.
Estamos en la mejor disposición de hacer toda la legalización de la estructura. No queremos ningún tipo de problema.
We are willing to follow the process in order to have a legal process. We don't want any problems.
por mi parte estoy en la mejor disposición de colaborar en cualquier situación que haga falta, cualquier proceso para terminar el proceso, o sea, básicamente terminar el proceso.
On my behalf, I am willing to participate and help out in order for the process to run smoothly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your honesty. I'm going to go ahead and rule on this case. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600322. I'm going to go ahead and give him an extension here of 60 days, since he already has everything in process, which would bring him to August 4th, 2026. And today would just be an $80 administration fee.
Did you say that?
Yes, $80.
Y entonces hoy tiene que pagar $80 para un costo administrativo.
Okay. Yo le había comentado a la oficial Flores, porque básicamente en mi caso, le digo la verdad, yo soy una persona que trabaja
60.
mucho, hace más de 11 años para un dealer de EMC, y desgraciadamente, en mi caso, en mi comunidad, y el error que cometí de comprar una casa bajo asociación, hay alguien detrás de la asociación que me tiene que no puedo poner ni una lucecita porque, ¿sabes? Estoy pasando por una mala situación. Estoy seguro que la oficial Flores hizo excelente trabajo y, bueno, básicamente estas son las vistas aéreas de las 19
Yeah, you can let him know that he has time. We were giving him time.
60 días.
Muchas gracias.
Do you want me to translate everything you said?
Okay, thank you.
Next case, item 26, under new business, Code Officer Mentor, case number CC 2600878, NOB, Miriam Rosa Sori and Keira Venegas.
Special Magistrate, this case was tabled.
Next case, item 19, under new business, Code Officer Flores, case number CC 2600673, NOV, Gregory Neil Gordon, Kyla Chantal Gordon.
The property was cited on March 3rd, 2026 for Code Section Violation 29-60, subsection A, tree removal without a permit. A notice of violation was mailed certified mail and posted on March 3rd, 2026. Compliance is not met, therefore the property was set for today's hearing. Summons to appear was mailed certified and posted on May 19, 2026. Currently, the property is in violation. I took the photograph on March 3rd, 2026 and May 19, 2026. The photos fairly and accurately represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
Special Master, the cut down tree was seen on the 3000 block of Southeast 5th Court in the common area within Mallorca HOA. While on scene, I did speak to Mr. Gordon, who advised a tree came from the backyard, and he was not aware that a tree removal permit was needed prior to removing it. I did explain how to go about getting a permit for the removal. As of today, there is no permit application on file.
Hello.
My name is Gregory
Yes.
Gordon. Yes,
You want to address the address as well, please?
3741 Southeast 5th Court, Homestead. Sorry. Okay, so the issue with me was when I had the conversation with Officer
Do you want to
Flores,
speak a little bit right here? There.
with the Officer Flores, I mistakenly applied to the Miami-Dade County instead of the Homestead City of Homestead application. So the process went with them, and it took a while for them to get back to me and let me know that I had to go through the city. So immediately after I got that information, I applied to the city of Homestead. And on the 26th, they gave me the application number.
So you have applied?
Yes, I have
Okay.
applied, and I have submitted this, and I immediately called Officer Flores, left her a message on her phone telling her that the application number.
Ms. Forrest, did you see that he's applied?
I have not seen that this morning when I went into the system and just looked it up with the address. I didn't see that, but I will. Do you have a number right now where I can
Yes.
look that up?
I have the number 26050281. And I have all the email communications that I've had.
I'll go
back
ahead and
and
verify
forth
that
with
one
them.
second.
No, I've never had to remove a tree or anything, so didn't know that we needed a permit for it.
Okay. Well, as Ms. Forrest checking that up, I'm going to go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600673 NOV. I'm going to go ahead and give 60 days for you to come into compliance, which would bring it to August 4th, 2026, and today would just be an $80 administration fee, and now you're aware what needs to be done, and you can be communicating with Ms. Forrest.
Okay,
Okay? All right.
thanks.
Special Master, just for the record, that number was entered in the previous system. So yes, we do have that permit number in the system. I'll go ahead and link it.
Perfect.
Next case, item 43, under new business, Code Officer Garcia, case number CC 2601197, NOV Richards Tractors Implements, Inc.
Okay.
My name is Javier Solórzano.
Yes, give me one moment, sir.
1 second.
So, good afternoon, Special Master. Good afternoon, Mr. Javier. Thank you for coming today. Sanders Garcia with the City of Homestead Code Compliance. The notice of violation was issued to Richard Tractors and Implements, Inc., and was certified to the owner at 1995 Northeast A Street in Homestead, Florida 33033, and also a copy was mailed to the registered agent at 3350 Virginia Street, Suite 330 in Miami, Florida 33133. Another copy was posted at the property in which the property in violation is the vacant lot under folio 10-7908-036-0020 back on April 11, 2026 for the violation of Chapter 29 of the City Code of Ordinance under Section 29-11A2 for the improper landscape maintenance for the presence of yard waste and yard debris. Right now, the property is in compliance, therefore, the city is only requesting an adjudication for this case. The initial inspection photograph were taken back on April 11, 2026, and the follow-up reinspection photograph were taken on April 22nd and April 23rd of 2026, and also May 11 of 2026. The initial and follow-up photos represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
So just for the record again, Special Master, this case is already in compliance. Mr. Javier, representing the property, already worked kind of hard to remove all the debris, and right now it's compliant. We're only requesting an adjudication for today.
Thank you. Okay. Would you state your first and last name and the property address?
Javier Solórzano, Richard Tractor, 1995 Northeast 8th Street, Homestead, Florida 33033.
Okay, great. Do you have any testimony you want to share?
Well, the property was clean when we got the notice. We keep the property clean. Basically, every month we cut the grass. We don't pick up the debris, the ponds until we accumulate, and then we send a dump truck to pick it up. So what we've been doing is we pick it up every year. So my question is, since now it's clean, everything is clean right now. My question is, since we need to send a truck to pick it up, how much cubic yards can I accumulate there without violating the city code? Is there in the ordinance, there is anything that we can keep? Because we're not talking about construction debris. We're talking about yard debris. Coconut, like you see in the picture, coconut and palm trees. How much can I accumulate there? We've been doing once a year. Apparently it's not, it's too long.
Right.
So we need to do it more
That's
often.
what I was going to
But
say.
if you can give me some kind of rules, like say, do not accumulate more than a dump truck, which is typically a dump truck is like a 10 yards, cubic yards.
Okay,
Or
let me.
is this something that you can?
Yes.
Give me one moment to double check.
We're going to go ahead and give you the max amount, and obviously, whatever that max amount, you will need to do it more frequently, because as of today, the
Okay.
city has asked, this has been an ongoing situation.
Okay.
So today's ruling is just basically letting you know that not to continue to do it, because if you come back again, the city's not going to be as easy on you as they have been. So we'll give you the max that can be on there, and then it's going to have to be maintained.
Okay. And you're going to mail us that information? Or
I'm going to
email?
see if the attorney here can get that information.
Special Master, if I also may, this property is facing Campbell Drive. Campbell Drive is one of our most important roads in the city. It's kind of the eyes of the city, so it's always recommended to, as you said, maintain it more frequently, pretty much.
Correct. That's why I stated on there.
The code doesn't provide for a max or a minimum. It's just a blanket ordinance of, maintaining and keeping the property towards a certain landscape standard. What I would advise is to contact the city and kind of work with them as this problem is ongoing, so you don't come back here. But there's not necessarily a maximum of bulk that you can keep there. So if code enforcement does see that bulk of, vegetation there after being cut, then you might be back here, unfortunately. But I do think that you should contact the city, especially if this is an ongoing issue with your property, and kind of work with them. But the code doesn't necessarily provide a maximum.
Okay. Because this is not construction material. This is yard.
Correct,
Yard
but it's
debris.
still a sightseeing
Yeah.
and within for the city, so it's still an eyesore.
Okay. What about if we keep it, instead of keep it in the front, we keep it in the back?
Like the attorney said, you may want to contact the city to have their specific rules
Okay.
and how much. But obviously, we're talking about what today is. I'm going to rule on today's so that you are aware to maintain it more frequently.
Okay.
Obviously, the once a year is not working. And get with the city about how often and
Okay.
if that's something that they would allow,
Okay.
something towards the back.
Okay.
But for today, so that we have on record, that we've told you, we've explained to you, we've given you what's the best solution for you,
Okay.
so that we
Let-
hopefully
let-
don't see you again.
Let me propose that I can clean it up. We're going to cut the grass every month, twice a month, every day. But to pick up the debris, I'm going to propose to do it every 3 months. And if it's not acceptable, I'll check with the officer
Right.
to see.
Okay, you can communicate with
And let me
that.
try it in 3 months. I can contact him if it's fine, if it's the accumulation is fine. Or,
Okay, so let me just go ahead and roll on this, so we have this on record. So I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2601197 NOV. Today is just basically, we're giving you the adjudication we've explained to you the issues that the city has had with you and keeping up your property. We are advising you to maintain it more frequently, and we are also advising you to contact the city so that you are able to communicate whether you're keeping it in the back or not, or what's the most amount that you can be collecting. So that is our advice. Today, there's no fee, but like I said, if you were to come back in here for any of that, it won't be the same. There will be more.
Okay, well, it's fair.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it?
Next case, item number 10, under civil citation, Code Officer Chapelli, case number CC 2600142, TKT Dominguez Pro Advisory LLC.
A citation was issued to Dominguez Pro Advisory LLC at 19200 Southwest 106 Avenue, Unit 22-23, Miami, Florida 33157. The citation was issued on May 3rd, 2026, and posted on the property with summons to appear on May 4th, 2026. For a violation of the City Code 30-443, vehicles parked in an unpaved surface. The violation occurred at 205 Southwest 6th Avenue. The citation has not been paid. Photographs documenting the violation were submitted as evidence.
Approved. Good afternoon. Please state your full name and the address.
My name is Cesar Dominguez, and the address is 205 Southwest 6th Avenue.
Thank you. Do you have testimony you want to share?
So yeah, those vehicles that were parked on the unpaved surface, they're not mine. They're from the neighbors right in front. I don't know why they put it under my dealership.
That is your property, correct?
Yeah, the dealer's my property. Those vehicles, they're not mine. They're from the workers that work on the other side.
But is it on your property?
The grass is not my property.
So where the cars are parked, none of that is your...
That's not my property. My property is from where the black Nissan Rogue is at, the wall, that's my dealership. Besides that, that's not my property. I don't know why they put that on me.
Ms. Chappelli, were you aware of
Because it
that?
was just left in the door there.
I was not aware those are not his vehicles. I did leave the ticket on your property because
It's right next to it, yeah.
it's right next to your property.
It's because everybody there parks there.
Yeah.
And there's no parking spots.
My advice to you, I would put a camera on the property. So if you see your neighbors putting vehicles, so it won't affect you as the owner, you can catch that in video.
Yeah, there was a trespassing rule, but I guess I took it out. And then just parked quietly.
Okay, well, that's probably the best thing for you to do is to have a camera to have proof and evidence, because if not, you're going to keep coming in here. If that is not your land,
Okay.
and you can get you have a survey and proof that that is not part of your land.
It's not from the little
The
train
railroads,
thing. Yeah, the
that usually
railroads.
belongs to the railroads.
All right, so obviously if this is not yours, that's not your card, so I'll still rule on this, but next time that you come in here, it's going to be,
I mean, nobody parks it there because of that, because I told everybody there that parks the cars there to not park them there.
Magistrate, if I may, I'm sorry. After you received the ticket, did you got in contact with Chapelli and you let her know that they were not your vehicles?
No, I just came here. I just came to today.
Because in the past, I know Chapelli has been in contact with you, and we have mentioned that not to park vehicles over there. And I personally witnessed, which I had gave a verbal warning before she issued the ticket, because you were parking vehicles over there, and you told me that you were moving it back to your property.
I have one there, and then the painters, all of them have all those are their vehicles. Those are not mine. The ones that you told me about, the one that I had there,
You had several vehicles parked there.
Oh.
You had several vehicles parked there, and you were moving it when I gave you the verbal warning.
It was my personal one that I had there. I moved
You
it
had
in.
several vehicles. I remember talking to you, right? So why you didn't mention Chapeli that they were not your vehicles after she issued the ticket?
I didn't know how to contact somebody. I just came here for the citation.
Okay, well, I'm going to rule on it, and this is going to help you to remember, to communicate, not to park there even for a few seconds. We still have to be here. So I'm going to go ahead and rule on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600142 TKT. You had a violation of $500. It's supposed to be $1,000 today. I'm going to keep it at $500. So that needs to be paid with an $8 administration fee. And this should help you. You know, most of the time people, you know, get a little slap. This is going to help you remember. To not have parking there at all, get video cameras, whatever you do to have evidence. So that is the ruling that I'm doing for today, okay? And she will give you the information.
Is there a Mauricio? Mauricio? Next case. Mauricio. Is there a Mauricio in the... ¿Hay un Mauricio aquí? Ven aquí, por favor. Necesito solamente a Mauricio que vengan aquí. Acá. Next case, item 34. Code Officer Mentor, case number CC 2600978, NOB, Lisbeth Garcia Ceniz.
This property was cited on March 26 for code section violation 6-36, permits required for a terrace on the property. Notice of violation was certified mailed and posted on the property on March 26. Compliance was not met, therefore the property was set for tonight's hearing. The summons to appear was also certified mailed and posted on the property on April 27, 26. Currently, the property is in violation. I took the photographs on March 24, 26. The photos fairly inaccurately represent what was observed. Special Magistrate, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
Lisbeth Garcia Ceniz, 2602 Southeast 13th Street, Homestead, Florida, 33035.
Does she have a testimony she wants to share?
Estoy esperando aquí, tengo un número para demolición, estoy esperando el permiso por haber hecho un techo que no tenía conocimiento que no lo podíamos hacer sin un permiso.
Okay. I didn't know that I couldn't build the roof there. We had no knowledge that we needed a permit, but now I'm waiting on demolition. Oh, I have a case number, I'm just waiting on the permit for demolition.
Okay, has she been in communication with Mr. Mentor?
Special Master, if I may add, I spoke to her husband. This was maybe about a month ago. He did mention that they was going to obtain a demo permit, but I haven't heard from them ever since.
Do you see that demo in file?
Negative. They haven't applied for the demo permit yet. I haven't seen any permits on the file.
Answer, can you let her know where she's applied, but they don't see anything? Does she have paperwork?
En el archivo, los permisos que ustedes han solicitado.
Aquí estamos todas las conversaciones y todo lo que hemos tenido.
¿Sí son las fotos de los permisos?
Sí, que están
all the permits are here. They've been submitted. They have pictures on their phone.
Okay, that's something that I need to share with Mr. Mentor. I'll go ahead and rule on that. They're going to need more time, but they need to provide that to Mr. Mentor so that he can see, because he's not seeing any permits, and so.
Sí, es que su sistema no hay nada. Entonces ustedes tienen que compartir eso con él para que él sepa.
La ciudad me dio un número de permit, pero no es un número de permiso, pero está en un proceso de permiso. Yo puedo ir y coger el número y se lo puedo dar a él. Eso no es problema. Yo puedo ir a la ciudad ahora mismo.
He says the city gave him a number for a permit that's in process, that he can go to the city office and request that so that he can show Mr. Mentor.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and rule it, but they need to provide all the permit information to Mr. Mentor so that he could have all that and see it in the system.
Sí, no, tiene que darle todo el señalamiento para que él pueda ver que el permiso está en proceso.
So he's going to the city to get the permit information.
Right, and stay in communication with Mr. Mentor as well. All right, I'm going to go ahead and rule on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600978 NOV. I'm going to give them 60 days. It will bring you to August 4th, 2026 to come into compliance, and today would just be an $80 administration fee.
Hoy van a pagar un costo de $80 de administrativo y tiene 60 días para llegar al cumplimiento con el permiso hasta el 4 de agosto. ¿Ya? De nada. No, encantada.
Gracias.
Next case, item number 5, under new business, Code Officer Simmons, case number CC 2600314, NOB, Martin Chavez.
The property was cited on February 1st, 2026 for Code Section 19-95D in reference to public right-of-way maintenance, resodding of the swell of the front of their property. A notice of violation was mailed certified and posted on February 2nd, 2026. Compliance was not met, therefore, the property was set for tonight's hearing on June 4th, 2026. Currently, the property is in violation. I took the photographs on January 23rd, 2026, March 12th, 2026, and June 4th, 2026. The photos fairly and accurately represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
So I did speak with someone at the property. It was a woman. The day that I posted that I went back to do my reinspection on March 13th. I did get a translator to help me, one of my officers. They helped me translate to her. We let her know that they had to put the grass down in front of their property, resod the swell. As of today, nothing has been done. I inspected it today, nothing has been done, and no one has reached out.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, what is your first and last name and the address?
My name is Martin Chavez. My address is 60 Northwest 14th Street, Homestead, Florida.
Are you the owner of the property?
Yes, I'm the owner of the property. I just want to know
Okay.
what's the most updated problem we have there.
You don't know it? Well, obviously, Ms. Simmons said no one's communicated with her. Why haven't you communicated with Ms. Simmons?
Always been busy working. I have 3 jobs. I'm not home early, so I'm out. And I received this letter like a few days ago, and I don't know.
This is your property. You mean you want to take time for this, or you know?
No, I'm for sure that's true, but I just need to know what can I do to fix this one. I mean, I did the rest of the problems.
Well, Ms. Simmons did state again what needed to be fixed. Can you let him know?
You need to resod the front of your property, meaning you need to place grass down.
Oh, grass?
Yeah, because you have the rocks. It's accumulated rocks in front of your property, so you need to place down grass.
Which one? No, no, wait. This is. No, it wasn't.
All right. You are who?
This is my sister-in-law. She's wondering who do you give the information to? Yeah.
I leave my contact information in every notice that I post on the property. So the notice was posted. When I went back for my reinspection, I spoke with her. I never gave her the notice.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600314 NOV. So Chavez, I'm going to give you 15 days, which would bring you to June 20th to come into compliance. Ms. Simmons already explained what needed to be done, and an $80 administration fee today. And stay in communication with her. If you have any questions or anything that you need help with, you need to be speaking to her.
With her? Okay.
Yes.
That'd be better. Okay. Can I go with her right now this week? Okay.
Next case, item 33, under new business, code officer mentor. Yeah. He stepped out. We're gonna call the next one. Yes. Item 33, new business, code officer mentor, case number CC 2600962, NOB, Javier Suarez, Maidelin Rodriguez Quiroz.
This property was cited on March 25th, 26 for code section violation 6-36. Permits required for a terrace on the property. The notice of violation was certified mailed and posted on the property on March 26, 26. Compliance was not met, therefore the property was set for tonight's hearing. The summons to appear was also certified mailed and posted at the property on April 27, 26. Currently, the property is in violation. Took the photographs on March 24, 26. The photos fairly and accurately represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved. Have you had any communication with them?
Negative. I haven't had any contact with the property owners.
Thank you. All right. Please state your full name and address.
Yes, my name is Marilyn Rodriguez, 2684 Southeast 13th Street, Homestead 33035.
All right, thank you. Do you have a testimony you want to share?
Yes. This is my living partner. He's the one that put the terrace, but it's not permanent.
Hi, my name is Kevin. That terrace is a pergola. It's not attached to anything. When we looked up like the permit requirements, it says that those are permissible. It's not attached to the house. It's not open resist. You know, it doesn't have. It's attached to just the floor, and that's it. It doesn't have any type of roof over it. It has some, as you can see there, some fabric that you open and close for shade. That's about it.
Permits are still required.
When I looked it up, those don't fall within that. Like,
Well,
I'm
when
not
you
sure.
got this violation, did you speak to Mr. Mentor?
We called him, she spoke to him the first day, and he asked us to call the city, which we did. We called the city and we emailed them, and we never received a response from the city.
Special Master, I haven't had any contact whatsoever with anybody from this property.
The first time when you not the second one that you put on the garage, the first one that you put on the window, the first time around, we called. This was before this one. This was probably maybe a month before the second one. You'd have to go.
Okay, well, the going back and forth, the point is that you need to have a permit. You need to, did you apply for it already?
No, because like I said, when we looked up the requirements, it didn't show like I said, the ones that I saw didn't fall under this. Like there's no roof over this. There's no.
Right, but there's still a structure, and the requirement is that you need to have a permit. Yeah, so.
Special Master, if I may add, I actually was in contact with Development Services. I sent them pictures of the structure, and they did advise me that a permit is indeed required for the structure.
Thank you for having that on record. So now you're here, you're aware, you need to get permits, you need to go to the city, apply for all of that. And basically, I'll give you time here. I'm going to rule on it.
Yeah, That's like, do I have to have somebody who comes build? Because we ordered that like off Temu or something, Wayfair. We built it ourselves. It's like when it's something put together. It's not like a constructed structure. So do I have to have somebody come and construct that, or can I just get a permit and build it myself? That part. That's why this wasn't like the people behind us. They had like an actual structure built construction.
Well, like Mr. Mentor said, he provided pictures to the city, and they stated you still needed a permit.
Right, no, I get that.
So if you don't want that, and you want to...
I understand. I just need to know, like, can I just get the permit and just build it myself as we did there? Like,
Get the permits, maybe as a home, that's something you need to ask the city, but the most important thing is you need to get the permits done. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and rule on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600962 NOV. I'm gonna go ahead and give you 45 days to come into compliance, which would bring you to July 20th, 2026, and an $80 administration fee today. And stay in communication with Mr. Mentor.
If I just take off the terrace, I still need a permit? Like,
That's something you may want to ask. You might have to still get a permit to demolish it. Okay, so you want to stay with your mentor and also the city. Okay.
Next case, item 53, under new business, Code Officer Valencia, case number CE 25080494, Tropical Investments of Miami Court.
okay. Esta es la de Piqui. Okay. Raúl Rodríguez. Okay, Raúl Rodríguez.
One second. Let me give my testimony first. The property was cited on 8/28 of 2025 for code sections 6-206 and 6-207. Fence erected without a permit. That violation is complied. For code section 6-36, not permitted work for work done on the premises, and what they did is at the rear, can you pause the picture, please? Go back. Right there, just leave it there. The structure, the green instruction on the left, that it was built without, the windows, doors, and the roof were without a permit. A notice of violation was mailed regular and certified on 8/29 of 2025. Comply was not made, therefore the property was set for tonight's hearing. Summons appeal was mailed regular and certified, and also the property was posted on May 18 of 2026. Currently, the property is in violation for code section 6-36. Photos were taken on 8/28 of 2025 and 8/29 2025, and also on 5/18 of 2026. Like I stated, he applied for a addition back in December 18 of 2025. And as of today, there has been multiple denies. I don't know if he's aware of that. One of the last deny was sent on 1/15 of 2026. Please submit the photos, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved. Hello. Please state your full name and address.
Raúl Rodríguez, 441 Northwest 8th Avenue, Boulevard ADT? No. Northwest 8th Avenue, Homestead, Florida. 33033.
Okay. Does he have a testimony he wants to share?
¿Usted quiere dar algún testimonio aquí? Sí, dígame.
Ok. Desde que me pusieron la violación, nosotros hemos estado en contacto con la señora Valencia.
Okay, déjeme traducir eso. Okay, since the violation notice was posted, we've been in contact with Mrs. Valencia.
Nosotros, cuando yo logré reunir a las personas que
que necesitaba, aplicamos con la ciudad para los permisos de una construcción.
Okay, so finally, when I got all the people that I needed for the services, finally, I was able to get them together so I could apply for a permit.
El permiso, ahora oí que ella me dice que como que lo denegaron, pero yo no sabía nada que estaba denegado porque yo estoy, simplemente dijeron que para poder dar los permisos tenía que ir primero a Miami-Dade.
Okay. So I wasn't aware that any permits had been denied, but I was told that I had to go to Miami-Dade to obtain the permits.
Miami-Dade es un poco burocrático y hemos estado haciendo todo lo que nos indicaron, inclusive ellos requirieron que hiciéramos el permiso con DERM y con un nuevo sewer.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, Miami-Dade is a little bit difficult to deal with. So they required that we follow the steps and we were asked to get a permit with DERM and sewer.
Ya tenemos el permiso de Miami-Dade y según tengo entendido de la persona que está corriendo los planos, se sometieron ya a la ciudad de Homestead esos permisos.
Okay, so we obtained the permits for Miami-Dade, and from what I understand, they've already been sent to the city of Homestead and have been approved.
Todas las violaciones se van a corregir en ese permiso que estamos solicitando y por eso hemos hecho todo el proceso completo.
All the violations will be corrected under the permit that we've applied for, and everything will be completed.
La cerca que fue lo que yo recibí para venir aquí hoy, se removió. Yo tengo la foto de que ya no existe.
Okay, the fence, which was the reason why I was brought in today, has already been removed. I have the picture here.
Now that's partial. He's here for the fence as well as for the work that was being done on the premises. So he's here for two different things.
Está aquí por dos motivos, uno por la cerca y otro por los trabajos que se estaban realizando.
La citación que yo tengo fue solamente para la cerca, pero igual nosotros estamos trabajando en el otro punto todo.
The violation that I got was only for the fence, but regardless, we're still working on everything.
Okay, and he stated that the permits are in and been approved for the work that was done on the property?
Los permisos ya se entregaron y ya están aprobados para los trabajos que están en la propiedad.
Yo tengo con la ciudad de Homestead el permiso 25120184.
Okay, the permit I have with the city of Homestead is 251-20184.
Correct.
Y tengo los permisos con Miami-Dade que ya fueron aprobados. Miami-Dade completo está aprobado.
Miami-Dade, the permits have been completely approved, and they are, I have two numbers here, so I don't know which one you want. The municipal number is 202-604-9653, and the process number is M as in Mary, 202-600-5790.
Correct. That is the permit with the city, the 251-20184. That is the one with the city that he applied back in December 18 of 2025. The last denial that we have in here, it was January 6 of 2026. And per the notes from the city notes, there was an email that was sent to him on 1/15 of 2026 with that denial. It was sent on 1/15/2026.
El 15 de enero le mandaron via email, right?
Yes, he needs to go and check development services so that he can get more information. Why? Because since January, he hasn't made any contact with them. So
Desde el 15 de enero a usted le habían enviado una notificación vía email que se le había negado. Este permiso es de diciembre. El del 6 de enero también se le fue negado, entonces tiene que ir a la oficina de Development Services para que le den más detalles sobre estos permisos que han sido negados.
Okay,
Me acabo de enterar con la inspectora ahora mismo que esos permisos, yo he estado pensando que esos permisos están esperando a que yo hiciera los procesos de Miami-Dade. que Miami-Dade se ha demorado bastante. Yo estoy más apurado que nadie en terminar rápido.
I thought the permits were still in process for Miami-Dade. I was just waiting. I thought, I know Miami-Dade takes a long time. I've been waiting.
Tell him I advised him to stay more in communication with Ms. Valencia as all of this is going on. He would be aware of things happening because she has a system as well as going to development services, but he needs to be more involved.
Tiene que usted mantener contacto. Usted tiene que hacer las llamadas a la señora Valencia y también a la oficina de Development Services para estar al tanto de su caso y de los permisos.
So I'm going to rule on this. I'm going to give him some time to get this done, so he should probably get on top of all the things that he
wants to
needs.
say something else.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, que yo no he recibido ningún tipo de email de la ciudad denegándome el permiso. Yo no tengo ese email.
I haven't received any emails denying my permits.
So that's why it's very important after here you stop by Development Services so they can check the email that they have in the system to make sure that that's the correct one.
Sí, entonces, por eso tiene
Right.
que ir a Development Services para ver bien la dirección del correo, para ver a quién le enviaron el correo.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and rule on this. I do find in violation of City of Homestead for case number CE 250804494. I'm going to go ahead and give him 45 days to come into compliance, which would bring him to July 20th, 2026, and today would just be an $80 administration fee.
Okay, le van a dar 45 días para que usted cumpla con los requisitos, lo cual viene siendo el 20 de julio de 26 y hoy tiene que pagar un costo de un servicio de $80. Tenga usted. Este también es suyo, ¿no? Sobrecito.
Thank you.
Next case, item number 7, under civil citation, Code Officer Chapelli. Case number CC 2600132, TKT Wilma Hagen.
A citation was issued to Wilma J. Hagan at 632 Southwest 6th Street. The citation was issued on April 21st, 2026, and posted on the property with summons to appear for a violation of the City Code 29-12, tree abuse, which is hat racking. The violation occurred at 632 Southwest 6th Street. The citation has not been paid. Photographs documenting the violation were submitted as evidence.
Thank you.
Special Master, I spoke with Wilma, and she advised that she was not aware that the tree could not be hat racked, and she would like the opportunity to provide her testimony.
Sure, thank you. What is your full name and address, please?
Wilma Hagan, 632 Southwest 6th Street, Homestead, Florida, 33030.
Thank you. Do you have a testimony you want to share?
Yeah, I know I couldn't cut the tree down in my own yard. I didn't know that. That was new to me. I've been there ever since '99, and I never heard that you couldn't cut the tree down.
Okay, so you are aware of that now, right?
Yeah, yes.
And have you been staying in communication with Ms. Chapelli?
Yeah, I see her from time to time.
Yes.
Yep.
When that happened, she actually placed the bulk trash back to her property, waiting for solid waste to pass by so they can pick it up. And she was educated, and I did told her that that was not allowed in the City of Homestead to hat rack trees.
That is correct. So when you received this $500 violation, you didn't pay for it. Is there a reason why?
That's my first time, so I shouldn't have to pay. This was something new I was just learning about.
But you said, Ms. Chapelli, our people went out there and cleaned it up, right?
Yeah, solid waste did pick up the bulk trash.
Okay.
But that was a different violation. This one is for the hat racking of the tree.
Okay. Well, I will go ahead and rule on this, being that you were not aware of this. You are aware now, so
Yes,
you come here and you're
Now
aware.
I know. Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and rule on this. I do find in violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600132. I know it's supposed to be $500, but for today I can reduce it to $150. Okay, so there's still, and then an $80 administration fee. All right, and that is it for today. You're welcome.
Next case, item 50, Code Officer Valencia, case number CE 25080096, Agree Central LLC, CO O'Reilly Auto.
The property was cited on August 7 of 2025. For code section 30-443A, all parking spaces should be clear stripe. And that the permit required to stripe the parking lot. A notice of violation was mailed regular and certified on August 7 of 2025. Complaint was not made, therefore the property was set for tonight's hearing. The property was posted on 5/18 of 2026. Currently, the property is in violation. I took the photographs on 8/7/2025 and 5/18 of 2026. They applied for a permit back in March 18 of 2026 for restriping. And as of today, I have been in contact with different people and yes. So I just found out today that I believe, I don't know if you have more information than what I was provided to me this morning, that they contact the city and someone in the city told them that there's no permit required for striping the parking lot, which I direct them back to Development Services. So I don't know if you have other information different than mine.
My name's, Josh Iglesias. I'm the store manager at the location of 100 Southeast 6th Street, 33030. So we have like a service channel because, everything in that store is corporate. Yeah, so everything there is, handled by corporate. So I did submit it once we got that violation, instantly. And I know they've been like, back and forth, like different companies and such. And I remember when I was checking that some companies, they would, I guess, go to like get the permit and they would like back out. I know they had issues with like different companies, but I did not hear that about that, not requiring a permit for that. I didn't hear that from anyone in corporate. But I want to say within like, last week or the week before, we did get the parking lot like restriped, and I do have pictures.
So, Ms. Valencia, does it need to be with the permitted or not?
From my understanding, yes.
So that means?
Yes, so that's what I'm trying, because one of the last building approvers, zoning approver, so I don't know who is the one in corp, the one that handles this, because it looks like it was approved. At some point it was denied, but now it's approved. I guess it just need to get a little bit more info, so maybe after the hearing you can stop by Development Services and ask them. So, and yes, and I did hear this morning that yes, they did the work already.
Yep.
Okay, attorney, just want to ask you, he's not the owner, so does he need a power of attorney?
Do you have a power of attorney, or are you a manager of the store? Or?
Yeah, I'm the store manager, but there's only so much that we can do.
Mm-hmm.
I do have an email. Let's see. Yeah, Megan Hammond in corporate would be like the main person to speak to.
Yeah, typically when it's like a large chain store, the manager can speak on behalf. Yeah.
Yeah, I have been in contact with Megan as well. Yes.
Okay, so if the work's already been done, correct, Ms. Valencia?
That's what I was informed this morning. Someone went by my office. I didn't even know that he was there on behalf of, I think it was the general contractor, the one that did the work. So I wasn't aware of that he was there to give information. So that would be something that I will have to check tomorrow to make sure they did the work. The work was done without a permit.
Okay, so that they would need a after the fact?
No, not, it's already in the process. There's a misunderstanding in there. There's a misunderstanding from, I guess, the city to the GC, and that's why they did the work without the permit.
Okay. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and rule this, make sure, we have timing, communicate with Ms. Valencia, the city, and that's basically what we're going to do today, and just have a fee. Okay, so I'll go ahead and rule on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CE 250-80096. Just basically the minimum 5 days. Make sure you communicate with her, city, see what the permits and anything. And today there's just going to be an $80 administration fee.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Next case, item 45, under new business. Code Officer Flores, case number CC 2601445, NOB, Raúl Andrés Martínez and Vanessa Stephanie Turcios.
The property was cited on April 28, 2026 for code section violation 15-72, subsection 1, unfit dwelling units. This is in reference to unsanitary living conditions, unauthorized occupancy in a unit with no utilities. A notice of violation was mailed certified mail and posted on April 28, 2026. Compliance was not met, therefore the property was set for today's hearing. Summons to appear was mailed certified mail and posted on May 13, 2026. Currently, the property is in violation. I took the photograph on April 28, 2026 and May 13, 2026. The photos fairly and accurately represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
Special Master, this complaint was initiated by the management company of Ventura, which reported receiving a foreclosure notice for the subject property. The HOA also advised that it had received multiple complaints from residents regarding an individual allegedly residing at the property. To verify the property's utility status, I contacted the city's utility department and was informed that the utility services was disconnected on March 26, 2026 due to past due balance. On the date of the notice was posted, a vehicle was observed parked in the driveway. However, no contact was made with any occupant or individual at the residence. I've had no contact with the property owners regarding the violation. And today I have Ms. Addie Castro from the management company. She is here to give her testimony.
Thank you. Okay, please state your full name and the address of the property.
Addie Castro, 3327 Northeast 11th Drive, Homestead, Florida, 33033, Ventura at Malibu Bay.
And you're just giving a testimony. You don't have any power of attorney, correct?
Right, I'm the CAM.
Okay. So go ahead. What is it?
Basically, this is an ongoing situation. Since June of last year, there was a domestic violence there. We received notice in October that a pet was left behind and the house was not occupied. It was raining really hard and the dog was trying to go through the screen and so forth. I contacted the owners. They weren't answering, so I sent an email from what we had in our management system. The father responded saying that the son has nothing to do with it. Mr. Martinez, has nothing to do with it, that he's not going back to the property, he was arrested because of domestic violence, and that Vanessa is the one responsible for everything. In March, I sent them notifications that they were in arrears $5,000 for their HOA fees. In April 2nd, we were served with foreclosure documentation. April 3rd, on a Friday, I went out there. I've been observing the property because we've been having complaints that there's drugs being sold out of there, prostitution. There's a little boy that does feces around the avocado tree in the back, that they use water from the lake in the back since there's no water, no utilities there at the property. And then we have a squatter. I parked in front of the home. I saw Vanessa coming out. I wanted to make sure it was Vanessa, so I called her out. I said, Vanessa, and she said yes. She came to my vehicle. We had a police officer come out. I even had a vehicle towed because it was improperly parked there on the grass that day. She said she had nothing to do with that vehicle. She didn't know whose vehicle it was. She was very frantic and wanting to leave right away because she had her son in the car, and she already had child services take her child away from that home before. When they were towing the vehicle away, the gentleman that's not supposed to be living there, he's unauthorized, which I did mention to Vanessa, I have everything documented, came out, running out, trying to get his vehicle down. They towed the vehicle because he didn't have the keys, obviously because Vanessa left, so they've been coming and going from that house. He's not supposed to be residing there. That's unauthorized. And we've been letting them know. They just basically do whatever they want. I gave her footage of, videos from Ring cameras nearby, and everybody's just complaining. They just want him out of there. He goes to the sign at the entrance of the property to charge his phone. Our Officer Garcia has already called his attention to that as well. I asked for extra service of the, Homestead Police, since we have them on contract, to go around the property and make sure that they're not selling drugs and not doing improper stuff there. Basically, we need him out. We need that just closed, the property closed, the bank handling their foreclosure, and just make sure nobody's back in there. They sleep with the windows open, the door open, because there's no ventilation, there's no AC. I actually went to go show that property because I'm also a real estate agent in January. Clear domestic violence in there. TVs were just yanked off the walls, the marks off the doors were not existing, the appliances were all broken. Like, it was just a disaster in there. I don't even know how they sold that. They were trying to sell that. And in March, the listing expired, because when I called to her attention in April, she tells me, oh, we're selling the property. I said, no, the listing expired in March, and I have every documentation here. I've sent everything over to legal. I'm waiting to see what happens with this, so I can forward all this information to legal as well.
Thank you.
This is obviously a big situation that we need corrected.
I agree. All right, thanks. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and rule on this case. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2601445 NOV. I'm giving 5 days for these owners to come into compliance, which would bring it to June 10, 2026, and to also have the water restored and the power as well. And today will be an $80 administration fee. So we have that on record. Okay?
Special Master, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
5 days. They need to come into, they have 5 days to come into compliance and having that water and power turned back on.
Okay, I'm sorry, is that no one is living in the unit?
She just mentioned that the property is occupied based on her testimony. And you mentioned that when you visited the property, there was a vehicle parked, but nobody answered at the door, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's why she's ruling.
Okay.
What happens if they don't become compliant?
Then they're gonna have to come back here, and then, you know, it can get worse. But this is basically their first time, so there's a process of steps of going. So this is the first step, and then they don't show up for the next, it gets into the severe and severe. We have to have that on that record.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next case, item 49 under new business, Code Officer Valencia. Case number CE 25080085, 436 North Chrome Avenue.
The property was cited on 806 of 2025 for code section 23-78. Erecting and maintaining a banner without a permit, that violation is compliant. 23-80, subsection 5, 25% of the window cannot be covered, that violation is compliant. For code section 6-36, failing to obtain a permit required by code for work done on premises, and that was a tent on a parking lot, that is compliant. Also was cited for code section 6-36, failing to comply for a excessive permit issued by the building department, and that will permit number 23040177. That one's electrical, and also 22-10034, and that is for the existing sign for the business. A notice of violation was mailed regular and certified on 808 of 2025. The property was posted on 8/18 of 2026 with the summons to appear. Currently, the property is in violation for code section 6-36, and that is for the expired permits. I took the photographs on 806 of 2025, 808 of 2025, and 8/18 of 2025. Special Master, please accept the photo submitted as evidence.
Approved.
Like I stated, they have all those two permits are in expired status, and that is for the existing sign, that sign in there, that is one of the permits that expire. And the other one is for the electrical for the sign. I have been in contact with the owners. They've been going back and forth with the tenants. So I don't know, what are they gonna do now?
Okay. Please state your name and the address.
If 436 North Chrome Avenue, Laura Renzi. I'm here with the property owner, right there. That's our tenant, Mauricio. He's El Gran Taco.
Okay, but you're the owner?
Right there. I'm the manager for
Okay.
436 North Chrome.
But you're the owner?
Yeah. He's
Okay.
And then Mauricio is there. He's the El Gran Taco. He's our tenant for the space. He's the one. He rents that space from us.
Okay, so you're just
I
saying
just
your
wanted to-
testimony?
Yeah, because
Okay.
what I just wanted to clarify is that we got this back in 25. We contact with her. Every time we have something on the property, we clear it right away. It was on my understanding that it was the tent and the banner, which we had him remove, and he took it down, and we thought we were in compliance. Then I got a notice just now in May regarding again, so I called Officer Valencia, and she told us that it was from a permit that was pulled out from 25 a long time ago for the sign that's at the top of the building, which we didn't know that was not closed. Apparently, I looked it up, it's expired, and he's the gentleman that did the sign for
the tenant who's here. So we're all here. I'm gonna put him on with you because we weren't aware that this was still open and pending to be closed or whatever happened. That was for the top sign. But everything else we complied with, and this is not of our knowledge. So I'm gonna let him talk on behalf of the sign, which is that part that's still open.
Okay.
If you need us, we're all here.
Okay.
So for what it looks like, did they obtain the permit? However, they never got a final.
Yeah, I believe back in that time, he passed, everything was passed.
If you guys have proof of that,
I guess he never closed it. So
yeah.
we're just finding out this right now. That's why we're here. We brought him here to explain what happened, why the permit wasn't closed. He can go. He speaks Spanish.
Okay. Have him state his name and the property address.
En su nombre y la dirección de la propiedad.
Mi nombre es Milton Salas y la dirección de la
Démela, yo se la dicto.
acá,
Tiene que ser en inglés.
436 North Corona Avenue.
436 North Chrome Avenue.
Okay. And does he have a testimony you want to share?
¿Usted tiene algún testimonio que quiera decir?
Sí, se solicitó el permiso. Lo que pasa es que no se cerró, se instaló y no se cerró el permiso. Entonces, nosotros necesitamos que por favor nos ayude para poder cerrar el permiso.
Okay, so the permit had been applied for, but apparently it wasn't finalized, and he's asking if that can be done.
So he's applied for the permit after it's been expired?
¿Usted presentó el permiso después que se caducó?
No.
So it's still under the status as expired?
Entonces todavía el permiso sigue caducado.
Sí, se venció el tiempo para cerrar
Sí.
la inspección.
When does he plan to apply for the permit?
Entonces tiene que, so he has to reapply.
Correct.
Tiene que volver a solicitar el permiso ya que el otro se caducó. ¿Cuándo va a solicitar otra vez el permiso?
La próxima semana podríamos solicitar nuevamente
We could request it next week.
Okay, and he is aware of all the permits that need. I believe it's for, Ms. Valencia, you want to have it on record? What are the permits that's still needed?
Yes. Mr. Gonzalez, we spoke on the phone yesterday, I believe, right? And I explained to you all the process in order for you to reapply for the permit. So if you want to, after the meeting, right now when we're done with this case, I can provide you with the 2 permits that you need to apply in development services. And for the record, that would be electrical permit 23040177 and also 22100034, and that is for the sign permit.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and roll on this now that you're aware what needs to be done. I advise you to stay in communication with Ms. Valencia as well. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CE 250-80085. I'm going to give 30 days to come into compliance for the 2 additional permits that need to be done, and today is going to be an $80 administration fee.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
The floor is yours to ask for. The floor is yours to ask.
Is 30 days enough time for him to open and close the permit? Because we don't want to be fined, like, as property owners, be fined for something that needs to be done.
Well, I mean, if they've had all the information, it's reopening it, you know. Huh?
Is there any way?
Are you asking for more time?
Just in case, because, you know, there's steps, and we're the owner, we don't want to have a problem that it takes longer, and then we have to come back here and.
Okay, well, I can go ahead and grant the additional time, 60 days. That should be enough time, but he needs to be on top of that, you know, lingering around. Okay, so let me go ahead and re-roll on this. So I'm going to, give me a second, let me re-roll on this, we have it on record. For case number CE 250-80085 to have 60 days, which would bring it to August 4th, 2026, and still an $80 administration fee today. Okay.
Next case, item 32, under new business, Code Officer Valencia. Case number CC 2600999, NOV, Yucatar Nesa LLC.
I'm sorry, you say the case number, the last three numbers, please?
Yes, 999, NOV. Item 32.
Special Master, they have 3 cases with me. I don't know if you want to read, you want to go one by one, so we can do one at a time?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do that.
So we are going to start with CC-260-00998 NOV. The case was open on 3/30 of 2026 for code section 30-443, and that is for striping the parking lot with the compliance date of 4/21 of 2026. The property was posted on 5/15 of 2026. Currently, the property is in violation. I took the photographs on 3/30 of 2026 and 5/15 of 2026. Special Master, please accept the photo submitted as evidence.
Approved.
As like I stated, I haven't seen any permit for that, and they have not even started, so there's no permit so far for the striping. I don't know if Mr. Lewis has any information regarding to that one. He's the GC.
Hi, Special Master, I'm Luis Hernandez. This is Mohammed, he's the owner.
Okay,
We do have a
can you
permit.
state your name, please, and the property address?
Luis Hernandez, 636 Southwest 6th Avenue.
Okay,
I'm the contractor for the site.
okay.
We do have a permit for the parking lot. It's already being revised, and it should come out in a few days.
For the
If you want,
striping?
I have the number.
For the striping?
Yes, I have a number for that.
Okay, you can read that out for record so that Ms. Valencia can hear it as well.
Okay.
What is that permit number?
26050083, and it's on the legacy permit.
What is it, Mr. Lewis?
That's for the parking space striping.
That's the 26 what? 26050 what?
26050083.
Okay. So I guess that for this case, they just need a little bit more time to come into compliance with that.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and rule on this specific violation here. So do find violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600998 NOV. I will go ahead and give 30 days, since it's already in the process. That would bring it to July 5th, 2026. And that would be an $8 administration fee for today. So that would take care of that case.
Can we get more than 30 days?
You need more time? How much time are you saying?
Can we get 45, 60?
45, great.
We
Okay.
might do it quicker than that, but still in the process of permitting.
Okay. So the 60 days, I'll go ahead and grant.
Beautiful, thank you.
For case number CC 2600998 NOV, we'll give 60 days for the come into compliance and an $80 administration fee. Okay, that handles for that case.
Next case, CC-26-00999-NOV. The property was inspected on 3/30 of 2026. They're given with a compliance date of 4/21 of 2026 for code section 30-403G. And that is for a building required either pressure wash or a paint the whole entire building. In this case, they need to paint the whole entire building, and a permit is required. Summons of here was mailed and certified on 5/15 of 2026. Currently, the property is in violation. I haven't seen any permit for that. on the system, and I took the photographs on 3/30 of 2026 and 5/15 of 2026. Please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
Hi, we do have a permit for that. It's still in the process. It's been revised a few times. It should come out probably next week, I've been told.
Okay, could you
I have
please
a
state?
number if she wants.
Yeah.
BD 00033-BLC, and it's on the EPL system.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and rule on this. You probably need an additional time for this?
Yes.
Okay. So
Can
I
we
do
get
find.
60 days on this one also?
Okay. I'll
Thank
go
you.
ahead and rule on this. For case number CC 2600999 NOV, 60 days to come into compliance, and that will be an 80 administration fee as well.
Next case, CC-26-01001-NOV. The property was cited on 3/30 of 2026 with a compliance date of 4/9 of 2026 for Code Section 19-1, and that is public nuisance. What they have is items on the second floor, like dining tables, chairs, barbecues, shopping carts on the first floor. They all must be removed. The summons to appear was posted and certified on May 15 of 2026. As of today, the property is still in violation. I took the photographs on 3/30 of 2026 and 5/15 of 2026. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
All they need to do is clean the whole entire second floor. No barbecues, no bikes, no tables, no chairs, nothing in there, no shopping carts. And that will comply the violation. So I don't think they need too much time for that.
Correct. Are you clear in understanding of that violation?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to rule on that. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2601001 NOV. I'll give you 7 days to come into compliance, which would bring it to June 12, 2026, and that would be an $8 administration fee as well. And that's it.
Next case, item 23, under new business, Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 2600793, NOB 101 Homestead Enterprises, and this property has 3 violations.
We can start with case number CC-26-009790-NOV. The property was inspected on 3/12 of 2026 and was found in violation with a compliance date of 4/1 of 2026. And it was cited for Code Section 6-197, subsection 4, fence and dish repair. The property was re-inspected on 5/5 of 2026 and was found in violation. Photos were taken on 3/12 of 2026, 3/13 of 2026, and 5/7 of 2026. As of today, no one has made any contact with me, and the property is still in violation. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved. Okay, please
Good
state
afternoon.
you
My name is Sandra Perez.
and the address.
It's 101 Northeast 3rd Street.
And you're the owner?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you have a testimony you want to share?
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, I think we're looking at 790, but the lady in the corner said to me that this was table, that it hadn't been moved, that we had requested an extension. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry?
I was told that that was tabled. Is that the terminology? That one was moved because we had requested an extension, because we're still trying to work with, getting some quotes for the work on the fence. But I was told that
Is
that
that
was
for
not
all
gonna-
three or just a specific one?
Just
that
this one specific, and then I have information regarding the other ones. But if we could see this one, technically what I'm asking is if we could get at least a 60-day extension. We are working and getting different quotes. We are gonna be replacing and installing the whole fence. When we purchased it, and the weather and everything has kind of completely damaged the fence. So we respectfully ask for an extension on that. And then on 790. But again, this is what I was told that it was, I'm in the middle of.
My apologies. My director is going to direct to you.
The city has no objections with granting a 60-day
Okay,
extension.
thank you. And then I believe after that is 793.
Yes, we're going to go through that one. So if
Okay.
you want, Special Master, if you want to rule on it.
Which one are we?
We did the CC-26-00790. NOV. That would be,
I only have 794, 793, and. Okay.
Item 22.
Oh, I see. She had
Item
it
22.
tabled. Okay, all right. So go ahead and rule on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600790 NOV. That's 60 days to come into compliance and a $80 administration fee just today.
Which would go ahead and pay right outside.
You can get it from this
Okay,
floor.
perfect.
next case is CC-26-00793. And the property was inspected on 3/12 of 2026 and then found in violation with the compliance date of 4/13 of 2026. And it was for code section 30-403G, and that is the building needs to be repaint or touch-up paint. In this case, I believe have to be paint completely. The property was re-inspected on 5/05 of 2026 and was still found in the violation. I took the photographs on 3/12 of 2026 and 3/13, 2026, 5/7 of 2026. That was the date of the posting. Special Master, please accept the photo submitted as evidence.
Approved. Okay. So this one just needs, you are aware that needs to be painted completely, pressure washed, all of that, and you're in the process of doing that?
Yeah, basically, we already submitted, it's under BD-26-00034. We started the process with the city.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I'll go ahead and rule on that. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600793 NOV. I'll go ahead and give you as well 60 days to come into compliance on that one, and an $80 administration fee today.
Okay, thank you.
Case number CC-26-00794-NOV, and it was cited on 3/12 of 2026 for code section 30-443A, and that is for restriping the parking lot. They were given on 4/13 of 2026 to come into compliance. It was re-inspected on 5/05 of 2026, and it was found in violation. I took the photographs on 3/12 of 2026, 3/13 of 2026, and 5/7 of 2026. Special Master, please accept the photo submitted as evidence.
Okay, approved. Okay, so this one, do you have a permit for that?
On this one, I have not. I'm also requesting an extension because I'm working on getting quotes. It's been a little
okay.
difficult to actually get the quotes.
Understandable. Thank you for going through that. All right, so I'll go ahead and roll on this one as well. I do find violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600794 NOV, 60 days as well to come into compliance, and an $80 administration fee for that one.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay.
I believe case number 25 is also on. Not sure if we're just gonna talk about it or 25. Yes. Thank you.
Special Master, I guess we have another case. Case number CC-26-00797-NOV. It was inspected on 3/12/2026 with the compliance date of 4/13/2026 for code section 6-36. And this one was for a permit permit is required for paint the building, so the building was painted without a permit. I checked the system back in 5/05/2026, and there was no permit on file. So Mr. Appeal was mailed regular and certified on 5/05/2026. I took the photographs on 3/12/2026, 3/13/2026, and 5/5/2026. Please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved. Okay, so have you gotten a permit for that?
Yes, we initiated that. We were not aware of the fact that I needed a permit for the painting. So the permit is BD-26-0035.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll go ahead and rule on this one as well. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 26-00797 NOV. I'll give you 60 days as well on that one, and an $80 administration fee today for that one. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The next item in the agenda is for lead mitigation, item number 1, Team Group HS LLC, 1500 Northeast H Street.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Guillermo Rossman. I'm here with my partner, Miguel Bergner. We are the new manager for Team Group HS LLC. We're here representing the property owners of 1500 Northeast 8th Street in the city of Homestead. The owners currently reside in Argentina. We are respectfully requesting a substantial reduction or waiver of the fines assessed on this property. We want to highlight a few points regarding how this happened, how quickly we resolve it, and our long-term commitment to the city of Homestead. The property owners were completely unaware of this violation. All violation notices were mailed to an address in Doral, which belonged to the previous manager who vacated that address in 2024. When we took over management in February this year, we immediately contacted the court officer and took care of the issue. The city officially recorded our compliance on March 17, 2026. The damage caused to the fence that caved in was not due to our neglect or the previous manager's neglect, but rather heavy bushes growing from the neighboring property that pushed against the chain link fence from the outside. The adjacent lot does not have a fence. While the violation notice gave us the option to simply remove the fence entirely, we chose to spend the money to repair and keep it. We did this intentionally to prevent unauthorized access, trespassing, and illegal dumping, ensuring we protected the aesthetics and quality of life of the surrounding Homestead neighbors. We have owned this parcel for almost 5 years, investing nearly $1 million. For much of that time, a city moratorium prevented us from developing. Despite not being able to break ground, we continue paying property taxes, maintenance, and impact fees, which has caused significant financial hardship. We are experienced developers committed to the area. Our team recently completed a commercial shopping plaza in the neighboring Florida City that includes a dialysis clinic, a speech therapy center, and a convenience store. We're eager to bring that same level of quality to Homestead. We have already held meetings with the city planner in Homestead, Public Works, and zoning departments to ensure our upcoming development aligns perfectly with the city's vision for the area. While we appreciate the initial 50% reduction calculation, a $58,280 fine remains a massive financial hurdle that will severely restrict the capital we need to finally start our development. Because the owner never received the initial notices, the damage was caused by neighboring overgrowth, and we acted in good faith to repair the fence immediately upon learning of it. To protect the neighborhood, we respectfully ask for your leniency in waiving or drastically reducing the fine so we can focus our resources in improving the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that testimony there. Okay, so the city had given a reduction of 50%. They brought it down to $58,280. I do see you guys did go ahead and repair the fence.
As soon as we found out that this was an issue.
Right, and I appreciate you going and fixing and maintaining it. That's definitely something we want you to continue to do, is maintain the property so it doesn't become a sore. Unfortunately, I cannot waive this, but I can give you the max that I am able to, which is 85%. That would bring it down from $58,280 to $17,680. That is a max.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will go ahead and rule on this. Let me see here.
Magistrate,
what will be the time frame?
1 second. Magistrate, before you rule on it, do you guys accept the reduction
we do
offered? Okay. To answer your question as it relates to the timeline, how much time would you guys need to?
60 days, maybe?
We could make that happen, yes.
Okay.
So within the ruling, if you can include the 60-day time frame and that they accepted the offer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. All right, so for case number, or for the address, 1500 Northeast 8th Street, with the owner Team Group HS LLC, they have gone ahead and accepted.
Yes, can we make sure that you have the proper address for notifications here on?
Okay, well,
Can you verify the address that you would like to receive the notification?
1155 97th Street, Suite 303, Bay Harbor Islands, Florida 33154.
okay, wait. Could you repeat that again?
1155 97th Street, apartment or suite 303, Bay Harbor Islands, Florida 33154.
Okay.
Thank
That
you.
is where
Thank
the
you.
correspondence, that's where the correspondence you'll get, but we're still gonna put it based on where the property address is, okay?
Perfect.
But we have that here. Okay, so we have on record the ruling for the address of 1500 Northeast 8th Street for the Team Group HS LLC. They have accepted the reduction from 50% to the 85%, which is $17,680, and you have 60 days to come into compliance with that amount. And today with just an $80 administration fee on top of that.
Thank
Okay?
you.
All right.
Special Master, if I may take the cases out of order from the agenda. Disregard. Now returning to the agenda order for the remaining cases. Item number 2, under civil citations, Code Officer Garcia, case number CC 00112, TKT TGBG Corp.
Special Master, the fine was paid yesterday. The case is compliant.
Next case, item number 3, Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 2600128, TKT Alfonso Serrano.
Citation was issued to Alfonso Serrano, address 268 Southwest 6th Avenue, Homestead, Florida 33030, for code section 6-36, not permitted work for work done in there. That was electrical work. And what they did is, I'm gonna read what the Chief Electrical Inspector for the City of Homestead sent. And it was that 4 bays, they were found bay 268, 276, 282. They have been powering from the bay number 284 with extension cords that is a code violation for the use of extension cords. NEC, National Electrical Code 110.26/300, and those bays are not authorized to be energized. They obtained a permit for the demo on 268, and they passed on April 21st. However, they have not paid for the citation. I spoke to the owner. He said he was going to be here present, but he is not here. As of today, the citation has not been paid, and photo has been submitted. So they were running electricity from bay 284 through the back, all the way to 4 different bays, and one of those bays is 268.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and roll on this. I do find in violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600128 TKT to pay this fine of $1,000 and an $80 administration fee.
Next case, item number 4, civil citation, Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 2600129, TKT, also Mr. Alfonso Serrano.
Citation was issued to Alfonso Serrano with the property address 272 Southwest 6th Avenue, Homestead, Florida 33030. It was issued on Monday, April 20th of 2026 at 3:57 p.m. for code section 6-36, not permitted work. Electrical work running from bay number 284 to bay 272. As of today, the citation has not been paid. I don't know if you want me to read the testimony again for the Chief Electrical Inspector, which is the same thing as...
Yeah, I think having it on record is good.
Okay, all right, perfect. So this is electrical violation for at 284 Southwest 6th Avenue. We found the bay 264, 276, 282 have been powering from the bay 284 with extension cords. That is a code violation for the use of extension cords under the NEC 110.26/300, and those bays are not authorized to be energized. They obtained a permit, and also they passed the final inspection on April 22nd. As of today, the citation has not been paid. Please accept the photo submitted as evidence.
Approved. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600129 TKT, $1,000. It needs to be paid with an $80 administration fee.
Next case, item number 5, Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 2600130 TKT Alberto Carvajal.
Citation was issued to Alberto Carvajal, address 284 Southwest 6th Avenue, Homestead, Florida 33030, was issued on Monday, April 20, 2026 at 4:15 p.m. for code section 6-36, no permitted work, electrical work at 284 Southwest 6th Avenue. And the email from the chief electrical inspector says that this is an electrical violation. At 284 Southwest 6th Avenue, we found the bays at 268, 276, 282. They have been powering from the bay 284 with extension cords. That is a code violation for the use of extension cords under NEC 110.26.300, and those bays are not authorized to be energized. As of today, the citation has not been paid. Please accept the photo submitted as evidence.
Approved. Chappelle, really quick, that one was the 547, the ending, the 547?
Valencia.
Sorry, Valencia.
No, it's 00130. That would be number 5 for Alberto Carvajal.
Item number 5, under civil citation.
Sorry about that. Okay.
I had the citations if you need them.
Oh, okay, you have it, because I didn't see it here. That's fine. It has not been paid?
It has not been paid, no. And it's the same situation. The 284 is the one that was fitting all the base.
Okay, perfect, okay. So I'll go ahead and rule on that. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600130 TKT, $1,000 and $80 administration fee.
The next case, item number 6, under civil citations, Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 2600131 TKT Alfonso Serrano.
The citation was issued to Alfonso Serrano with property address of 280 Southwest 6th Avenue, Homestead, Florida 33030. It was issued on Monday, April 20th of 2026 at 5:32 p.m. for code section 6-36, not permitted work. Electrical work done on 280 Southwest 6th Avenue. And the email per the chief electrical inspector. This is the electrical violation at 284 Southwest 6th Avenue. We found the bays at 268, 276, and 282 have been powering from the bay 284 with extension cords. That is a code violation for the use of extension cords under NEC 110.26.300, and those bays are not authorized to be energized. As of today, the citation has not been paid and photo has been submitted.
Okay, approved. All right, I'm going to go ahead and roll on this. I do find violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600131 TKT, $1,000 and an $80 administration fee.
Next case, item number 8, under civil citations, Code Officer Lynn, case number CC 2600133 TKT Rome's Building LLC.
The citation was issued to Our Homes Building LLC on April 24th of 2026 for code section violation 19-3 for public nuisances. This was in regards to outdoor stored materials at the property. This was a construction area that was ongoing. The city officials referred this case to us in regards to outdoor debris. It looks like this was basically pipes, screws and nails that were located along the street address, including wooden pallets that were left out, including also debris that they were using to push back into the property for ongoing construction. During the initial inspection, all this was observed. A citation was issued the following day, then mailed to the property owner on April 25th of 2026. A reinspection was conducted on April 29th of 2026, which also shows that the debris was also still pushed out to the front of the property on the sidewalk area and was also left out. The property remained in non-compliance at the time, and the citation has not also been paid. Special Magistrate, please accept all the evidence submitted.
Okay, approved. All right, I'm going to go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600133TKT, $1,000 with an $80 administration fee.
Next case under new business, item number 3, Code Officer Chapelli. Case number CC 2500957 NOB, Rosalinda Magayan.
Special Master, I would like to table this case.
All right. Next case, item number 4 under new business, Code Officer Lynn. Case number CC 2501175 NOB, Samuel Argueta Hernandez and Bruna Jenny Martinez.
This case was opened in December 17th of 2025 for code violation 16-26 for the incorrect occupational license being registered at the property address at 194 Northwest 7th Street. This case was referred to us by the Miami-Dade County Fire Marshal Department, indicating that the license that was on file was for a retail location, and when observed, it was indicated that they were using it as a church instead of a retail location. A notice of violation was posted at the property on December 17th of 2025, was given 30 days as a courtesy notice, and again on January 17th of 2026. After that initial violation was given, a 30-day extension was given with a deadline of February 27th of 2026 by the property owner. They requested it, and no compliance was met. Due to that, it was scheduled for today's hearing. Special Magistrate, please accept all the evidence that was submitted.
Approved. All right, I'm going to go ahead and rule on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2501175 NOV. I'm going to give them 7 days to come into compliance, which would bring it to June 12, 2026, and an $88 administration fee today.
Next, item number 7, under new business, Code Officer Chapelli. Case number CC 2600455 NOB, Jenny Salinas.
Can you repeat the case, please?
Yes. CC 2600455 NOB.
This case is complied.
Next case, item number 8, Code Officer Chapelli. Case number CC 2600448 NOB, Salomon Munoz.
The property was cited on February 15, 2026 for the following code violations: 6-36, non-permitted work for the gate/fence and the driveway. Compliance was not met. Summons to appear was mailed on March 30th, 2026 and posted on March 31st, 2026. As of today, the property remains in violation. Photographs were taken and submitted as evidence. Special Master, I did speak to the owner today. He couldn't make it because he's working in West Palm Beach. But the expired permit for the driveway 2606-0012 is in an applied status as of June 2nd, 2026. And permit number 2604-0189 for the fence has been issued and closed. He just needs a little bit more time.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600448 NOV. Give 30 days, which would bring it to July 5th, 2026, and an $80 administration fee today.
Next case, item number 9 under new business, Code Officer Chapelli. Case number CC 2600542, NOB Bruce Ramirez.
Those cases have been tabled.
Next case, item 17, Code Officer Chapelli. Case number CC 2600569, NOB Beatriz Hernandez.
That case has been tabled.
Next case, item 21, Code Officer Buell. Case number CC 2600785. Table. Next item, 28, Code Officer Mentor, case number CC 2600918, NOB Ronald Brandon Chica.
Special Master, this case was tabled.
Next item, item number 30, under new business, Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 2600935, NOB Rad Realty Company.
The case was opened on 3/24 of 2026 for code section 30-403G, and that is the building required pressure clean or minor touch-up paint. They were given until 4/24 of 2026 to come into compliance. I did the reinspection on 5/15 of 2026. Also, the summons was posted on 5/15 of 2026. Currently, the property is in violation, and I took the photographs on the 8/04 of 5/15 of 2026 and 3/30 of 2026. No one has made any contact with me. Corrections, I'm sorry, Special Master. The photographs were taken on 3/24 of 2026 and 5/15 of 2026. No one has made any contact with me.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600935 NOV. I'll give them 7 days to come to compliance, so bring it to June 12, 2026, and an $80 administration fee.
Next case, item 35, Code Officer Mentor, case number CC 2600982, NOB Maiti Silla.
Special Master, this case was tabled.
Next case, item 38, Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 2601022, NOB Klepko Holdings LLC.
The property was cited on 3/31 of 2026, and they were given until 5/01 of 20. Correction, the property was cited on 3/31 of 2026. with a posting date of 3/31 of 2026, with a compliance date of 5/01 of 2026. It was cited for code section 30-403G, and that is the building needs to be pressure washed or needs to be paint with minor touch of paint. The property was re-inspected on 5/06 of 2026, and it was found in violation. I took the photographs on 3/31 of 2026, 5/6 of 2026. Special Master, please accept the photo submitted as evidence.
Approved. Okay, so they pressure cleaned it?
No, they have not.
Okay,
It's
all right.
still in violation.
Okay,
They haven't made any contact.
okay. I'll go ahead and roll this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2601022 NOV. Give them 7 days to come into compliance and an $80 administration fee.
Next case, item 39. Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 2601023, NOB Clepo Holdings LLC.
The property was cited on 3/13 of 2020, 3/31 of 2026, with a compliance date of 5/01 of 2026, for code section 30-443A, and that is for the parking lot striping. The property was re-inspected on 5/06 of 2026. As of today, I have not seen, it's still in violation. They have not applied, not even for a permit. I took the photographs on 3/31 of 2026 and on 5/06 of 2026. Special Master, please accept the photo submitted as evidence.
Approved. Okay, I'll go ahead and rule on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2601023, NOV. 7 days to come into compliance and an $80 administration fee.
Next case, item 40. Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 260131, NOB Clepco Holdings.
The property was inspected on 3/31 of 2026, and it was found in violation, with the compliance date of 4/2 of 2026. For code section 24-6B, street obstruction, there were parking vehicles blocking the sidewalk. The property was re-inspected on 5/06 of 2026, and it was found in violation. I took the photographs on 3/31 of 2026 and 5/06 of 2026. As of today, when I passed this morning, they finally comply. So this case is, if we can set it up as a repeat for future.
Okay, but this one was complied, this case.
It was complied today, yes. When I passed by there, like actually on my way here.
All right, so I'll go ahead and read on this case. Case number CC 2601031, NOV, has been complied, but if anything were to happen next time regarding this vehicles being parked or all that, there'll be more severe consequences, but today will be adjudicated and no fee.
Next item, 41, Code Officer Lin, case number CC 2601075, NOB Taliang Yao.
Special Magistrate, if I may, there's two different cases listed under the same property owner for the same address. Can I read off all of them so we can make a ruling?
Yes.
For case CC-26-01-075-NOV, the property was cited on April 3rd of 2026 under Code Section Violation 19-71 concerning abandoned vehicles parked on the property without proper registration and license plates being registered to the property owner. This case was referred to me by management following a complaint about active mechanical work being conducted at the property address. During my initial inspections, I did not observe any active mechanic work taking place. However, multiple vehicles were removed and replaced and relocated at the property at various times. And additionally, there were car parts scattered across the property during my initial visits of the property, which contributed to the presumption that mechanical work was still being done during after hours that the city was not open. A courtesy notice was issued to the property on April 4th of 2026, followed by a notice of violation on April 17th, and a final reinspection conducted on April 29th of 2026. All the photos that were provided were by me, the complainant, and also management. The property did not come into compliance, which is why it was set for today's hearing. Special Magistrate, please accept the evidence submitted.
Approved.
For case CC-26-01078-NOV, the case was also opened on April 3rd of 2026 for Code Section 30-443B regarding the use of the property for off-street parking that hasn't been paved for the continued parking of the multiple vehicles at the location. As stated, this case was referred to me by management due to a complaint due to active work being done at the property after hours when the city is closed. As stated, I observed multiple vehicles being parked on and off the property at various times with auto parts scattered across the property during my initial visits. The courtesy notice for this case was also provided on April 4th, 2026. A notice of violation was posted and mailed also on April 17th of 2026 with the final reinspection on April 29th of 2026. Special Magistrate, please accept all the evidence submitted.
Approved. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and rule on both of these cases. First case will be, I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 26-01075-NOV. They'll have 7 days to come into compliance with an $80 administration fee. Case number CC 26-01078-NOV will also have 7 days to come into compliance with an $80 administration fee.
Next item, 44, Code Officer Valencia, case number CC 26-01408-NOV, 600 Homestead, LLC.
For management, we're gonna table this case.
Next case, item 46. Code Officer Lynn, case number CE 24080005, Henry Sanchez.
This case was originally cited by Officer Rodriguez on August 2nd of 2024. The case was later reassigned to me by management due to the property remaining in violation. The property was cited under Code Sections 29-11 and 19-92 relating to landscaping maintenance and prohibited nuisances. Those violations were brought into compliance by the deadline provided. However, the violation for Code Section 6-36 for work that was conducted at the property without permits remained out of compliance. The permits that were associated with the property were permits 24010295 for a driveway. That permit has expired. The permit 231-20171 for the fence was also expired. Additionally, the permits for the replacement of the doors and the windows was never obtained. During my initial visit on April 22nd of 2026, I inspected the property and found the property to still remain in violation. A summons to appear was posted at the property the same day, and evidence was submitted into the case file. Special Magistrate, please accept all evidence submitted into evidence.
Approved. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and rule on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CE 240800005. They have 7 days to come into compliance and an $80 administration fee.
Next item, 47, Code Officer Lynn. Case number CE 25040091, Marie Evange Romelos.
This case was originally cited by Officer Perez and later reassigned to me by management. The property was cited back in April 7th of 2025 with a deadline of 30 days to bring the property into compliance. The property over the years had various permits pulled ranging from demolition work to interior renovations that was supposed to be done at the property. However, none of these permits were ever finalized. Back in November of 2026, this property was cited again and given basically a compliance deadline until January, which that compliance date was not met. So that's it was set for January 15, 2026 for a hearing. The property owner was given 3 days to come into compliance before January 18th of 2026. Before that deadline, the property owner did reach out to the city and requested an extension, which that extension was granted for a small window. During that initial time frame, I overviewed the property to see if any additional permits were pulled for demolition work or for interior renovations to bring the property into compliance, and nothing was done. The permits that were all expired are as follows: 23-010071 for new renovations, 23010072 for interior renovations, 23010073 for demolition, 23010075 for windows and doors, 20120350 for a new family residence, also expired. 09050085 for interior renovations, also expired. 09050047 also expired, and 09040157 also expired. The city is requesting for this property to be an affidavit of noncompliance and for the fines to start as of January 18th of 2026 from the original compliance deadline. Special Magistrate, please accept all evidence submitted.
Approved.
Special Master, just for clarification for the record that this case was opened by former Officer Juan Lopez, not Perez.
My apologies. Yes, it was Juan Lopez.
Okay, and could you say again, the city requires going back January 18?
Yes, the original hearing date where this case was heard was January 15th. They were given 3 days to come into compliance, and they have not met that.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CE 250400091 to have a daily fine of $250 going back as of January 18 with an $80 administration fee.
Next case, item 48, Code Officer Valencia. Case number CE 25080054, Arif Ishti and Infras Properties LLC.
The property was cited on August 4 of 2025 for code section 23-61, directing them to obtain a signed that is required a permit. The violation is complied. For code section 30-443A, all parking spaces shall be clear as stripe. A notice of violation was not regular and certified on 805 of 2025. The property was posted with the summons to appear on 5/18 of 2026.
Currently, the property is in violation for code section 30-443, subsection 8. I took the photographs on 8/04/2025 and in 5/18/2026. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CE 250-80054, to have 7 days to come into compliance and an $80 administration fee.
Next case, item 51, Code Officer Valencia. Case number CE 2508048, E&M Enterprises Corp.
I believe this case is tabled.
Yes. I don't, that's it? You guys have cases? Please hold. Next case, item 16, Code Officer Flores. Case number CC 2600568, NOB Ernest Arnie Rochelle Adelaide Arnie Ansi Joseph.
The property was cited on February 25th, 2026 for code section violation 6-36, non-permitted work. This is in reference to a terrace at the rear of the property without a permit. A notice of violation was mail certified mail and posted on February 25th, 2025. Compliance was not met, therefore the property was set for today's hearing. Summons to appear was mailed certified mail and posted on June 24, 2026. Currently the property is in violation. I took the photograph on February 25th, 2026 and June 24, 2026. The photos fairly and accurately represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
Special Master, I have been in contact with the owners in reference to the violation. Permit number BD-26-00656-BL-R was submitted on May 14, 2026 and is currently under review.
Nothing came. Okay, thank you. That was, I want to make sure the last numbers are 568.
Correct, CC-26-00568-NOV.
Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600568 NOV. 7 days to come into compliance and an $80 administration fee.
Yes. 571. Next case, item 18, Code Officer Flores, case number CC 2600571, NOB, Eunice Rodriguez Barreto and Davis Barreto Gonzalez.
The property was cited on February 25th, 2026 for code section violation 6-26, 6-36, non-permitted work. This is in reference to terrace in the rear of the property without a permit. A notice of violation was mail certified mail and posted on February 25th, 2026. Compliance was not met, therefore the property was set for today's hearing. Summons to appear was mail certified mail and posted on April 23rd, 2026. Currently, the property is in violation. I took the photograph on February 25th, 2026 and April 23rd, 2026. The photos fairly and accurately represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence.
Approved.
Special Master Permit BD-26-00472-BLR was submitted on April 28th, 2026, and currently is still in review.
All right, so go ahead and roll on this. I do find a violation of city.
Special Master, excuse me to interrupt you. They were here, but I mistakenly told them that it was tabled. It was in another case, not the same owner, but it was mistakenly. So, can we table?
So table it?
Yes, please.
Okay, tabled.
Next case, item 27, Code Officer Mentor, case number CC 2600881 NOB at Lai A. Wilson.
The property was cited on March 19, 26 for code section violation 6-36, permits required for a terrace. The notice of violation was posted at the property on March 19, 26 and certified mailed on March 20th, 26. Compliance was not met, therefore the property was set for tonight's hearing. Summons to appear was also posted and certified mailed on April 20th, 26. Currently, the property is in violation. I took the photograph on March 19, 26. The photos fairly and accurately represent what was observed. Special Master, please accept the photos submitted as evidence. Special Master, I haven't had any contact with the property owners.
Okay, I'll go ahead and roll. I do find violation of City of Homestead for case number CC 2600881 NOV. 7 days to come into compliance and an $80 administration fee.
Meeting adjourned at 4:53 p.m. We have one more. Which one is it? 985?
We do have another one. I mean, it's up to you if you want me to table it.
Okay, team, in reference to the clerical error that happened today, any case that was tabled mistakenly, please grant them an extension and let's hear them on the upcoming hearings as a good faith effort. Since they're not present today, unfortunately, they might have been sent home accidentally, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, and we will conclude our proceeding. It is 16:54. Thank you.
vision that is clear, and courage that is steadfast. Bless every decision made here that may promote justice, peace, and the well-being of all people. Help us to listen with respect, speak with kindness, and act with integrity. We ask for your protection over our city, guidance for our leaders, and unity among our citizens. May all that is done in this place honor you and serve the common good. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Right face. Present arms.
Please join me in our pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Arms. Left face. Forward. March. Left. 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 Right. Left. 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 Right.
Thank you. Please be seated. We have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher.
Here.
Councilwoman Konski.
Here.
Councilman Cannibal. Here. Councilwoman Avila. Here. Councilman Roth.
Here.
Vice Mayor Bailey. Here. Mayor Lawson.
Here. Okay, our first item on the agenda this evening is public comments. There are a few people who have clocked in. I believe one has already spoken. If the others who have clocked in are still here and still wish to speak, I will recognize them, followed by anyone else in the audience, followed by anyone online. With the exception of quasi-judicial items, if you would like to speak with respect to any matter on the agenda other than a quasi-judicial item, this will be your opportunity to speak as a member of the public with respect to any other agenda item. We will not have public comment on any items later in the agenda other than quasi-judicial items. All right, the first individual who clocked in was Selena Vasallo, and I think you hear Ms. Vasallo? Come on down. Thank you for coming tonight. I know you've sat through the earlier part of our evening. Good evening. You can pull that down.
Good evening. First time I do this. I am here because I got a citation. Make it short, I've been in my property for over 20 years, maybe a little bit longer than that. I have a big yard. I have my boat, my RV, set in back of my yard and my fence. I've never had any problems, and now they sent me a violation to move either one. And that's why I'm here, because if it was outside, sidewalk, in the street, but it's in back of my yard parked, they're welcome to come anytime and check if anybody, because I know in Hialeah they use it for rent. My property is paid off. I don't use it for rent, I use it for my hobby, my boat, my Harley, and my RV. And that's why I'm here.
So just so we know, what was the notice that you can't have both? It's one or the
That
other?
I can't have both. I've been having for more than 20 years.
Mhm.
I don't have them in front of my house. I have them on my fence and back of my yard, like they always have said. You know, and I use it for me, for my vacation. You know, it's not for me to rent or to have. They're welcome to come anytime they want to. I can open it up for them. They can come in my yard. But it's not fair that I pay so much taxes. It's my property. I have a yard. I follow the rules, and then they come and tell me now that I can have or the boat or the RV.
Okay. Have you tried to speak with anyone from code enforcement before tonight?
Yes, I've called them, and what they told me was that from October 15, 2025, the rules changed. You got to have either one, and it's not fair. They didn't even send a letter, let you know what's going on, anything. I mean, and I'm on 302 Northwest 20th Street. I have the biggest street. I mean, I have a big yard, and I have the fence. I have my yard in front of my house. I have the fence. I have parking in the front, and it's in back of my house, parked. And to see my boat, you have to go like this because I have the white fence. So you have to really look. So they're only going to see my boat and my boat and my RV, and then they're going to see next door. So it's what? It's only me? It's not fair. I went all over Homestead, and it's true what I've heard here. They're parked in front of the house, in the street, everything. But in back of my yard, the way they're supposed to be, I don't think it's fair.
Okay. So here tonight, we can't really resolve your issue. You know, we can put you directly in touch. Of course, this raises issues, but I want to clarify one thing, and either to the attorney or our code enforcement, either director or assistant city manager, the code has always been one or the other, but not both. Isn't that correct? There weren't recent changes in quantity. I don't recall that we made that change.
Hialeah, Dade County, because I searched it. Dade County, you're allowed a boat and an RV. Hialeah, you're allowed a boat and an RV. And here in Homestead, that we have more yard, that we have more comfortable. You can have a boat and an RV. That is my hobby. Is registered. It has a tag. I mean, if it was abandoned, ugly, making my neighborhood look terrible, I agree that you come and check, you know. But it's registered with a tag, the boat, everything works. I mean, it's not fair. Those are my hobbies. I'm already 62 years old, retired from Dade County, that I work for Dade County, and I have to move either one to go pay when I have a yard. I don't think it's fair.
Okay, and you know, and these are some code issues, but let me
look into it and follow up with them.
Yeah, if you'll get them, and they'll be in touch with you and perhaps clarify whatever, and have some direct face-to-face discussion.
Did a flyer, and I passed it all over Homestead. Everywhere I saw a boat and an RV, I did it myself. I didn't hide. And I also put what they said, a boat and an RV has to be removed.
Okay. Oh, and look, we have a real problem with RVs that are occupied.
I understand.
Yeah, we're trying to work through that.
I will work, you know, they have to come in, check, make sure that it's closed, that it's not connected. I agree. I'm fine with it, but that I can have it to take it when I go on vacation, I don't think it's fair. I don't think I need to go pay anything anywhere else when I'm about to retire and pay more money when I have a yard.
Right. Okay, so if you'll step over here, somebody will get in touch with you over here. And Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just say that I think it's
Thank you.
ridiculous that you're having to deal with that kind of situation. And the problem is that we are experiencing where we have had code that has not been enforced for a long time now being enforced, rightfully so. There's a duty to do so. They're doing their job. But it's a great opportunity, specifically tonight, based on the conversations we just had on my item, for the district representative to discuss with you, to inquire, and to have a chance to look into it further. The item I brought does not affect your area, but this is something that maybe it should get looked at. And it's also a good opportunity for us to take a look at the RV issues. There are still plenty of RVs that I see out there that are in bad condition, that are
and clearly occupied.
Right. So,
and open.
So let's maybe get, if I can ask through the manager office, an opportunity to kind of get an update on the enforcement of RVs, where they are, problem issues that we can.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be snitching or talking about anybody, what they have in their yard, because I mind my own business. I don't pay nobody's bill, like I said. But I did take pictures where it's a mess, open, parked. But if they need to come in, fine. If they go by and they see it open and they say, you have your RV open, fine. You know, you can come in. I don't care.
You did the right thing by coming to your council meeting and expressing the
This
concerns.
is the
It's
first
an
time I do it.
opportunity.
I am nervous, even if I work with publics and kids, it's like, but I said, somebody has to do something. I mean,
We should
say
be-
something.
we
Well,
should
thank
be-
you very much for hearing me,
Thank
and
you.
I hope this issue
Thanks for
takes care of
coming.
it.
So Mayor and Council, I'm asking the Assistant City Manager, Crystal Olivera, to take care of this situation, and we'll provide an update to Council.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
sorry, do we need to request for a deferral of any action on her item until
We'll administratively take care of our
I don't think
situations.
we have the authority to do that at this point.
see.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, next up, Stephen Paulson. Mr. Paulson, are you still here? Okay. I think we had a sidebar, and that was, and then Jessica, I believe this was, Jessica, I think you spoke earlier on the land use application. Is that correct? Is Jessica still here? I'm sorry, I can't make out your last name, but I believe you were the speaker earlier. Okay, is there anyone in the audience who would wish to speak with respect to anything or any item on the agenda at this point? Yes, sir, come on down.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening,
and
welcome.
Council. My name is Diego Rivadeneira. I reside at Northgate at 625 Southeast 25th Lane, Homestead. I'm a Florida real estate broker with 35 years of experience in property acquisitions, valuation, review, and complex real estate transactions. I retired after a 35-year career with the Department of Transportation in right-of-way and public property acquisitions, where I negotiated and analyzed commercial, residential, and environmentally sensitive properties. My background includes evaluation of land value, assessing risk exposure, reviewing acquisition strategies, and working with government entities. I'm speaking from both a professional expertise and a resident taxpayer committed to responsible fiscal stewardship. I will be direct tonight. You're being asked to approve a $2,666,000 purchase of 406 Washington Avenue. This is a significant use of taxpayers' funds. I have serious concerns about the structure and logic of this transaction. First, we are purchasing a property that is expected to be demolished. If demolition is the plan, the value of the improvements is effectively reduced to zero. Why are we paying a premium price for a structure that will not remain? Second, the property carries environmental contamination assumptions. By purchasing it, the city risks becoming a responsible party for the cleanup. Why would we voluntarily assume environmental liability exposure? Third, this agreement includes owner financing of 4.75 interest. Why is the city of Homestead paying interest to a private seller when municipalities typically have access to structured public financing options? We are not only purchasing the property, we are committing to long-term interest payments to the seller. Fourth, the agreement allows the seller to rent the property back for $10 per year. For 2 years, we are paying $2.6 million and then leasing it back to essentially nothing. That's not market transaction. That's a concession. Now, let's talk about priorities. Our streets need repair. Our sidewalks need replacement. Our storefront corridors need revitalization. Our tree canopies need expansion. Our drainage systems need improvement. $2.6 million could produce measurable citywide benefits. Instead, we are concentrating public capital into a single property, assuming environmental risk, reducing value through demolition, paying interest to the seller, and providing below-market leaseback. This is not about opposing development, folks. It is about disciplined stewardship of public funds. Before approving this acquisition, ask one fundamental question. Is this the highest and best use of $2.6 million of taxpayer money at this moment? Infrastructure is first, public safety first, broad public benefit first. I respectfully urge all of you to reconsider this allocation and place visible citywide improvements ahead of speculative property acquisitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask you, in the spirit of transparency, are you an active real estate broker or agent at this point?
I'm a consultant.
You're a consultant for?
Florida Property Acquisitions in Tampa.
Okay. All right. Have you taken the opportunity to look at the Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental reports and the structural reports that are of public record and in our agenda package tonight?
No, I have not.
You have not. So if you had, you would find that it is a sound building with zero environmental issues. I don't know that anyone has ever said that the building would be demolished. Furthermore, the early conversations indicated that the proposed sale price takes into account a reduction for a couple of years of rent. So no, we're not renting this building if the transaction occurs for $10 a year. Furthermore, I don't think that the city could go out anywhere and borrow money at this kind of interest rate, and it eases the burden on the CRA. Look, this council, a prior council already made the decision to purchase this property, and we'll have the final tonight. But I think it's from my perspective, it's very disingenuous for you to come make allegations about this property without being fully versed in what's in this council agenda. This council demanded the city manager spend a lot of money to go out and get a second appraisal and a Phase 2 environmental report that all came back compatible.
From what I understand, Mayor, the city obtained an appraisal originally for $480,000 or $90,000, and then the owner came up with an appraisal for $2.8 million.
That's just not true. There was an appraisal done for land value only, and that was internal. I would call that a clerical error within the former CRA department. Okay? Two appraisals that are within just a few bucks of each other for the existing situation.
What is the city's plan for this parcel?
Well,
do you have any plans
for at least 2 years, it will be occupied by the business that is there now, and possibly a third year. And I think at the state of South Dade, and I think it's the flavor of a prior council, the membership of the council and demeanor of the council has changed a little bit since this transaction began, but the idea was, and Mayor Meerbot of Cutler Bay expressed it very well at the state of South Dade, if you don't own it, you can't control it. And certainly the perspective in the past is I don't know that a tire and auto repair shop is something that we really want far into the future across the street from City Hall.
Mayor, we need infrastructure first, public safety first, and broad public benefit first. This is not a good use of public funds.
Well, you're mixing bank accounts because this is the CRA. And no one here disagrees with you with the other. And we are moving forward with those other issues.
We have a downtown that needs to be revitalized. We have Washington Avenue that we need to revitalize. We don't need to be spending all this money in one parcel, in one special.
We are going forward. You know, we have almost $9 million to deploy on Washington and Chrome Avenue. Are you just trading signals with Councilman Roth? Because it sure looks like it. And I understand that he's been an opponent of this from day one. So why don't you be fully transparent and tell us why you're really here opposing this?
I'm here to urge the council to reconsider voting on this. I don't think it's good for the public. I think we can use $2.6 million in other areas that need more improvement.
What's not good for the public are folks standing up here and spouting willful falsehoods. But thanks for coming out tonight. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to speak on any item tonight? Good evening, Mr. Hayes.
Mayor, Council, Vice Mayor Bailey. I haven't said that yet. First off, Cardell Hayes, 3910 Northeast 13th Drive. I want to say thank you to the City of Homestead. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was surprised a few weeks ago. I was recognized for Black History Month. That's truly an honor. And I wanted to come here personally to say thank you. I didn't want to send out some DM to the mayor or vice mayor, oh, thank you guys. So being here is an honor. And the work that was recognized is South Dade Connections, the organization that has supported the community over the past 4 to 5 years, particularly post-COVID. I was telling Leslie and Jared, when we started off just trying to bring people together to do something good for the community. And it ramped up to something more, supporting small businesses and organizations here in far South Dade. Even better, the council here at Homestead supported us each and every year. Everyone, including Tom Davis, Julio Guzman, Faircloth. I'm saying the names of people that are not here now, but have always supported us. The time has come as we continue to grow South Dade. South Dade Connections is taking a minimalistic approach to programming, but continuing to support. I am so happy that the City of Homestead is continuing to do the good work for Juneteenth and all the other programs that is necessary for the community. There is one more. We will not be able to do Black Business Month as an organization. So I am going to ask, and I have the sidebar conversations with the right people for the City of Homestead to look into this and to see that having an event in the month of August supporting all businesses, organizations, and participating for Black Business Month is something that would be great for all of us. Now, I'll be honest, many of you have always heard me say, my grandson. And so that conversation is going to continue because I'm spending more and more time with him. And so that's one of the reasons for the minimizing of the organization. I'm looking to do some things different. So I want to tell you, thank you again. Truly, truly honored. God has blessed me and everything that we've done. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Perfect timing. Appreciate you sitting through this tonight. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak on any matter? You've had your time limit, Mr. Rivendera. On down, Mr. Guzman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to serve as a translator.
Hola, muy buenas noches. Voy a hablar en esta oportunidad en español porque hay varias personas que me conocen aquí. Vivo muchos años en la ciudad de Homestead. Mi nombre es Ariela Díaz. Vivo en la 288 de la ciudad de Homestead, pero vengo indignada por muchos temas que está pasando en la construcción y sobre todo en las vidas humanas.
Okay, she's saying that she's got a lot of things to talk about in regards to things that are going on in Homestead and the quality of life.
Bueno, en primer lugar, ¿no? Yo quisiera saber cómo vamos a resolver el problema del tráfico en la ciudad de Homestead.
How do we intend to take care of the traffic in the city of Homestead?
En un mes a mí me han chocado 2 veces.
Within 1 month, her car has been hit twice.
Y quisiera que ustedes, como representantes de mi ciudad bonita, como acaba de mencionar el mayor, quisiera que pongan una ordenanza estrictamente para 0 tolerancia a los teléfonos celulares.
She would like you guys, as policymakers, to take into consideration how wonderful the city is, and she wants you guys to pass an ordinance to make cell phone use more strict.
También con la ayuda de la policía, quisiera que ustedes se pongan, como dicen, manos a la obra como latinos. Y yo sé que está la ordenanza dentro de del estado de la Florida, pero me gustaría tener una ciudad de Homestead mucho más organizada y bonita para el bienestar de los contribuyentes de esta ciudad.
She'd like you to work with the Homestead Police Department and put boots on the ground to make sure we get that ordinance passed so that we can live a better quality of life.
That's it. Thank you.
Before you go away, let me defer to the attorneys. Do we have that kind of jurisdictional authority to enact or enforce that kind of ordinance on behavior while driving?
It's generally preempted to Chapter 316 in the Florida statutes, but I'm happy to take a look and see what flexibility we have.
If that's
El abogado dice que va a estudiar una Florida statute para ver si es posible que la ciudad local puede implementar ese tipo de ordenancia.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Julio. Anyone else? Is there anyone online? No one online. Last call for anyone in the audience for any matter on the agenda with the exception of a quasi-judicial matter. So I will now close the public comment section of the agenda. Mr. Manager, do you have any additions this evening?
Yes, Mayor and Council, we are going to withdraw car item 4927, which is tab 19.
Okay.
And also, it's my understanding that car item 4881, tab 22, is being deferred to the next council meeting. That is on the
Correct.
ADUs.
As the sponsor of that item, that is my request, and I'd be happy to go into a little bit of detail.
So we also have one addition, which is, I believe the package was a little while ago distributed. We received communication from the state this afternoon, about 1 o'clock, that there is an allocation to the city of Homestead that probably will expire soonest, and they needed an executed agreement by a certain date, which was February 23rd. We pleaded for an extension, which was granted to March 19th in the interest of time. This is simply to receive money for the victims of crimes advocates for SOS. It's for $105,000. There's no match. This is something that has routinely been done on a yearly basis. So we think that it's appropriate to bring this up as a non-agenda item tonight so that we can receive the funds on an expedited schedule. So I'm asking for your cooperation and consideration of this item.
Okay, so first we need, and this is an indefinite deferral or a total removal of the item under tab 19?
It's going to be indefinite. I'm going to withdraw this when we are ready,
tab 19.
And when the councilwoman is ready, we'll come back.
Okay. Mr. Pearl, do we need separate votes on 19 and 22?
Now, you can take a vote on this collectively. I believe we're looking for a motion for the removal of 19, the deferral
of 22,
and the addition of the addendum item that was presented by the city manager. We can take that all in one motion.
All right, we have a comprehensive motion by Councilman Fletcher, second by Vice Mayor Bailey. Is there any discussion on this? What's that? We're going to do that right after this. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion to defer indefinitely, defer to next month, and then add the grant item. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So what we'll do, Councilwoman, is after the presentation and before the consent agenda, we will deliberate on the grant item. All right. All right. So, Mr. Manager, we now have tab 1, a presentation on the water and sewer upgrades and the roadway project presentation.
So, Mayor and Council, this is your last chance to look at the design completion plans for Chrome Avenue improvements. Flagler Avenue improvements, as well as these are for water and sewer projects. Then there is also Chrome Avenue roadway improvements, inclusive of sidewalks, the beautification aspect that comes with the FTA grant. So more or less, this is a multi-project that is being combined into one solicitation and one presentation tonight.
And before you go forward, Mr. Guzman and Ariella, I think, Mr. Guzman, this presentation kind of goes to some of the issues that were raised by Ariella, also with respect to projects and other needs that were expressed by Mr. Rivendera. So I'm glad that all of you are still here to see this presentation to be a little more educated on what we are doing. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask our consultant, Kimberly Horn, as well as our Public Works Director to walk us through the presentation. Make it brief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As the manager mentioned, I'll try to make it brief. If for any reason you need me to slow down, feel free to do so. As you all know, my name is Kyra Kangas. I'm the Public Works Director, and with me we have Caesar. He's with Kimberly and Horn, and Nikolai, he's with CES, and they are representing the signers for this project in its entirety. So first we want to point out where the project is going to take place, the construction is going to take place, and why we are doing this project. The project that we are going to be putting out for solicitation this coming Friday is going to be just one construction contract, and that construction contract is going to incorporate 3 design contracts that we have been working on for the past year and some change. Those projects encompass, as you can see, the first one, the Chrome Avenue water and sewer upgrades from Lucy Street to south of North 5th Street. The Chrome Avenue Transit Accessibility and Roadway Improvement Project from north of South Day Transitway, we call it the MDC busway as well, to north of North 4th Street. And last but not least, the Flagler Avenue water and sewer upgrades from Chrome Avenue to Campbell Drive. Why are we doing these projects? Well, because the Chrome Avenue transit accessibility is a project that the city has been working for some time as part of a grant that it received from the FDA to improve Chrome Avenue, the downtown area, to beautify it and also to make it more accessible to pedestrians. As we all know, the sidewalk currently has a trench drain in the middle, which makes just a small segment of it ADA compliant, while the other is too steep and is not. The other 2 larger projects, the one in blue and orange, are needed because of capacity improvements for the water and sewer components in order for us to be able to develop the city further. Here you can see a rendering of what the project hopefully will look like. This is what we designed. As you can see, the sidewalk are now continuous without a break in the middle on either side, and they will make use of the entirety of the footprint of the sidewalk, ADA compliant. You can also see that we will be improving the landscape and making some changes to the intersection in front of the Losner Park, hopefully to also do traffic calming as part of this FTA project. So what are the objectives of these 3 projects being built together? We want to complete the construction according to regulations and designs. We wanted to do it without delays or major issues, and we were very intent in making that happen. We coordinated extensively within reasonable costs, without any major change orders, and as short as possible duration with the least amount of interruptions to the community. And this is also one of the primary reasons why we decided to put all these projects out together. Well, this is one of the reasons why we decided to do these projects to begin with and not just do the FTA and then think of water and sewer in the future. Is because if we do it once, and we don't have to do it again in the foreseeable future. So the impact to the motorists and to the businesses is only once. Here you can see a project timeline as is being anticipated and requested in the solicitation. For phase 1, which is the Chrome Avenue water and sewer construction from Lucy to the busway, we would want to start April 2026, and we project and hope that it will go through October 2026. Phase 2 would then pick up where we left off in the water and sewer and instead start going along Flagler from Chrome all the way to Campbell, and that should run from October 2026 to January 2027. And the last piece is phase 3. This one is more intricate. This one goes from Busway all the way to 5th, and that will include a lot of improvements: water, sewer, drainage, roadway reconstruction, lighting, signalization, signage, pavement marking, etc. That'll run from January 2027 through September of 2027. And just as a point of, as a note, FDA grant period of performance is through March 30th of 2028. So we would be fully within the period of performance for that grant. Now, I want to mention some of the scope items that I have already mentioned somewhat, but let's start with the water and sewer upgrades along Chrome and Flagler. For Chrome Avenue, from Lucy all the way to North 4th Street, we're going to be upsizing both the water and the sewer lines. The sewer line is our trunk line. Currently is undersized. This restricts our ability to grow and allow more developments to happen. So currently, we are, the 30 inches that you see on the second bullet is just a little piece. The majority is 24 inches. We're upsizing the whole thing to 36 so that it matches the trunk line that runs from Lucy and Chrome all the way to the wastewater treatment facility. Then we're also replacing the water line, and we're going from 8 inches to 12, which is the standard for the county and industry standard for industrial and commercial areas. For Flagler, we are also upsizing the water from 8 inches to 12, same reason and concept, but the gravity is the one that makes the most impact in this case because we are currently at capacity. There's no more growth. And with this change, it was modeled to allow us to take in the flow from, you may have not been here, Councilwoman, but the charrette and the zoning that was allowed. These improvements would allow us to do that in the future. Now, for the Transit Accessibility Roadway project, I mentioned some of the improvements, but please note that the FDA grant is only for transit and accessibility improvements. That's the scope, and that's the only thing that grant can fund and are matching dollars. And those are the sidewalk, the landscape, lighting, and drainage within the sidewalk, which would then eliminate any flooding in the sidewalk and mitigate flooding into the businesses. The non-FDA grant eligible project scope is the roadway reconstruction, signalization, signing and pavement marking, those things that are from the curb and gutter to the roadway itself. I just want to remind what Council approved back in January of 2025. These are the proposed furnishings and amenities. As you can see, those are the ones that Kimley Horn brought forth and were approved by Council, as well as the bus shelter. It shows the bus shelter that is seen in the right-hand side. The four-post is where right-of-way is not restricted. The cantilever, which means that it only has posts in the back and it hovers over, that is wherever we have restricted right-of-way in a sidewalk. Here we're showing where those bus shelters will be located. If you see on the upper right-hand corner, the N with the arrow, that means that north is that way, so you would have to flip it a little, rotate it, and you'll see that that is Chrome going east-west, right, left, and that's Maori. So those are the locations where the bus stops are being proposed. Here's just a copy of the tree disposition that we wanted you all to have to look over to see what was being done as far as the existing trees. This is also a list of items that were brought forth by Council during a workshop that took place back in June 18th of 2024 to let you know that all those items were taken into consideration during the design. And now we're going to talk about the most important part, which is the maintenance of traffic. So the construction sequencing. This is what most people care about when there's major construction. We, for Chrome Avenue Water and Sewer, we will start from Lucy to the busway, and that work we're estimating will take about 135 days. For the Flagler Avenue Water and Sewer, which runs from Chrome to Campbell, we anticipate that it will take about 105 days. Again, this is all subject to the contractor's schedules when they bid on the project. For Chrome Avenue, and this is the roadway portion that goes from the busway to 4th, we have segmented the project into these different segments because unfortunately those areas will have to be closed 24/7 while the work is being done, and we'll show you in another slide why that is, the impact to the roadway itself. But these are the segments that we're proposing, from the busway to Maury, then the intersection of Maury. From Maury to 2nd, then the intersection of 2nd. From 2nd to 4th, then the intersection of 4th, and from 4th to 5th. We believe that this will take about 240 calendar days. There's a little more detail as to what is being done and how it will affect traffic. So, the Phase 1A, which goes from Lucy along Chrome to the busway, we will be eliminating the parking. There's currently no bulb outs there, so we would be using those spaces to always allow for one lane in each direction as it currently flows at the moment. So we eliminate the parking, we're going to maintain one lane of traffic in each direction, and work will begin at Lucy and go until it completes that phase at the busway. This is for the sewer component, which runs mainly more or less in the center of the road. Well, the new sewer. So the anticipating construction duration just for this phase, we, as engineers, we think 60 calendar days. Phase 1B would be closer to the east side of the road, and it will maintain the same one lane in each direction, except now the lanes are shifted a little, but the traffic pattern remains as is today. One lane north, one lane south, and we will be doing the water on the east side of Chrome. That one, I believe, is said we anticipate 45 days for that, subject to contractor means and methods and proposed schedule. Then we go on to Flagler. We do the same thing. We're going to start the construction with the sewer, which is closer to, I would say, the north side of Flagler, or west, whatever you want to call it. And this one is going to be, since the right-of-way is a little more constrained, we will have areas where the traffic is going to be restricted to one lane only with flagging operations. The way that we ensure that the project does not rip up the whole city at once is by restricting the open trench area to no more than 750 linear feet at any given time. Meaning that if you see there one lane travel with flagging operation at each trench segment, that is that space that we're talking about. And that gives us a good compromise between the amount of trench that we want to see open at any time and the amount of work that we know that the contractor needs to do in any given time. So that project duration we think will be 60 calendar days. Then phase 2B, same as with Chrome. Now we're working on the water main, which is on the south or east side of Flagler. Same traffic pattern, one travel lane with flagging operation at each trench segment, and we anticipate the duration to be about 45 calendar days. Now, this is where it gets more interesting. This is the area of Chrome from the busway to 4th Street. We wanted to show a sample roadway segment depicting the typical utilities, and by utilities we mean underground features, so that you see why it is that we need to close these segments completely to traffic. We still maintain minimum 5-foot sidewalk on either side of the road at all time for businesses. All this has to be done by the contractor, and it's not something that they can do in one work phase, close it up, open to traffic, and open it up again, because we talked to multiple contractors and they said that that wasn't feasible. They would never be able to do something like that. And that is why we are going to be proposing that MOT pattern for this segment. We wanted to show you also a typical section, which is as if you were looking at the road and cut it and flip it so that you can see what it looks like, of all the underground features that are going to be there. And you can see on either side of the hashed area, there's 5 feet. That is depicting the area that is going to be always accessible to pedestrians in order to patronize those businesses. Phase 3 will begin the work from the busway and move all the way to the north, which is north 5th Street, depending on which project we're talking about. Here you can see that when we go from the busway to Maury, we're going to be doing this work. We anticipate 30 days. Then we'll move on to the next segment, same thing. Next segment, same thing, and then next segment, same thing. And then lastly, for phase 3 at the very end, we go back and the contractor does all the finishing touches. So they mill and resurface the whole road. They go back and they do the temporary pavement marking, 50 days later, they come back and they do the thermoplastic. So that is the last phase of the project. I wanted to go back to the slide one last time to show you more or less what our anticipated schedule is. And I think that's a record. Any questions?
Thank you. Long overdue. I mean, I learned during the tenure of Manager Estrada many years ago that we had that FT money in hand, and there was just never seemed to be any forward motion. So this is, much welcome and long overdue. And thank you for bringing it to the fore.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I think there's one important public point that needs to be made. Prior to commencement of work, prior to construction, there will be a series of public outreach meetings, sharing of flyers, engagement of businesses in the CRA area, as well as having public meetings with residents of Pioneer Village. The construction sequencing is going to impact the businesses in downtown. We need to be sensitive to that, which is one of the primary reasons why construction phasing is limited to short lengths of time and short spells of the run of the street, no more than a couple of blocks at a time. Another important point is traffic will always be maintained in both directions at all times. The only biggest challenge I see here is that the entrance to Pioneer Village is going to be impacted for a short period of time, upwards of a couple of weeks, and the administration intend to work with the vice mayor, with the residents of Pioneer Village, for alternate access into Pioneer Village, for temporarily, perhaps open one of the rear fences so that folks can utilize that area. There's no other way you can do this construction without shutting down that location, because you are digging up 4 different trenches on the street, and that's a life safety concern. So again, prior to commencement of work, there will be a series of public outreach measures being taken. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. If you can go back to segment that includes 2nd Street, I just had a couple questions. So I understand the splits in how the construction is going to happen, but just to get a little more of a visual. So that was a relatively small piece that includes 2nd Street to close to 4th Street. When that piece starts, okay, let's say right before that piece starts, would Pioneer Village be able to come out and go north?
Yes.
And once that piece finishes, Pioneer Village could come out and go south?
Correct.
So what is your guess as far as that one segment being completely closed?
So what's going to impact Pioneer Village the most and its access is the work at the intersection itself.
Right.
So that one we anticipate that should take anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks max, hopefully 2.
Because
that
there's the sewer, that's more in the center of the street.
The sewer and the drainage, yeah.
And at that time, there will be a lane open that Pioneer Village could exit.
Through North 2nd Street, no. North 2nd Street intersection itself would be fully closed. So the entrance and the exit would be somewhere towards the back of the neighborhood. We have identified, so the fences in the neighborhood, they have columns, right? And in order for this to be only an MOT-related pay item and not need additional construction from the contractor or engineering services from them, which typically contractors are not good at. What we want to do is avoid touching the columns and only focusing on opening the gated area. Because of the width that we have between columns and because of safety, what we are anticipating is to have 2 openings, one that is in and the other one that is out. That will also be wide enough for solid waste trucks, emergency vehicles, and whatnot. And those we are proposing to take place at North 2nd and North 3rd at the roundabout.
Second what? Place or street?
So it's not the main entrance, which is street. It will be the next one on the west side.
There's no grown trees that'll be taken down there?
There will be the plans call for a landscape arborist to do some minor trimming of a tree on 2nd. On 3rd, there are no trees affected.
So 2nd Place and 3rd Street are your recommendations, both going out to the west side, nothing on the
one
east?
would be in and the other one would be out. So that
But
you
there will
only
be
have
no
one.
entrance or exit going out towards the east, because then you're going to have the same issue with the construction.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you very much.
So you may want to point out that we intend to have expedited construction schedule. The contractor will be allowed to utilize multiple crews. The contractor will be allowed to work both day and night. And weekends. This is the only way we can get this aggressive schedule accomplished. The more you delay this type of construction, you pay more. So in order to minimize our budget exposure, we want to give them the ability and flexibility to work multiple timelines. Daytime hours, nighttime hours as well. However, during the daytime hours, there will not be any open trench. It has to always be covered with plates. Thanks.
Mr. Manager, and in that regard, not to belabor the point, I know we have a long night ahead of us. Have we looked at how the calendar falls? Is this going to impact being able to have Winter Wonderland in Losner Park? Do we need to look for alternate locations for the coming year?
It's
something to think about.
Yeah, we'll think about that. It's too early in the construction schedule to predict when we're going to hit Losner Park on Chrome.
Gotcha. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure we're also communicating with Miami-Dade County Fire Rescue and other agencies that will be having to use an alternate egress access point for Pioneer Village. I know our police will be very knowledgeable of it, but we need to make sure the county's aware.
Whenever construction of this type, we have to coordinate with them as well as any hospital services, so that whenever they dispatch, they know not to hit a roadblock.
Well, the fire station is on the west side, so they would have quicker access to us.
Thank you. Anything? Yes, Councilwoman. I'm sorry, Councilman, and then Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. Love the design. Love the expedited construction. I just would like to get some clarification, because I recall the walkthrough on Crum Avenue. I recall the discussion we had about inquiring regarding removing the parking, but then this is what I recalled next. Was there any, do we have the finalized plan on how we're going to provide alternate parking for what we're removing from downtown? Is that something we can discuss between now and the time construction starts? I think that's kind of prudent, right, for the businesses?
I think what the presenter, the Public Works Director, mentioned was elimination of parking during the construction time.
No, but the design has the parking on parallel parking on Crum Avenue removed, does it not?
During construction.
Some of it.
Some, but the final
The
design
final plan is what the
does,
council
does or
wanted.
does it not remove parking that's existing today on Crum Avenue? So
On the historic district, no.
So Crum Avenue parking that we have today, we will continue to have after
Correct.
the finalization of this project?
Yes.
So that was an adjustment to the plan that we did
The
during the
last meeting.
walkthrough.
Okay, so also, can I please have an updated copy of the presentation? I noticed that some slides that we're seeing here are not in the packet. So just to clarify for those business owners that have been very concerned about what they're going to do with parking, they're going to continue to have the same amount of parking on Crum Avenue
Yeah.
that they have now as a result of finalizing this project.
Correct. At the end of the construction, yes.
Correct. I understand
Yeah.
during construction, there's going to be phasing and moving around, but the renderings, pictures that I saw here, I don't recall seeing
Yes,
like
let me show
parking
you.
lines and whatnot on Crum Avenue. So
They
that's-
don't have parking line differentiated because it's only a rendering, but here you can see that one includes.
Right, those are the pictures
a
we
shop.
reviewed and approved for the light poles, but the one where you have the rendering of what it's going to look like, that
And that
one.
one also includes the
Okay.
offset for the parking.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
And
That's-
remember, we're building the parking lot behind Jacobson's.
Right, for,
That's moving forward.
yes, okay. But thank you for clarifying that.
Very good. Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry,
I-
Councilman. Sorry.
Yeah, and that was kind of my concern, because originally we had taken out the parking along Crum Avenue.
In
And-
certain places.
Yeah, and I think it was more so to allow for outdoor dining purposes and things like that. and you're mentioning that we're going to have the exact same number of parking spaces along Chrome Avenue after construction, and then we're able to adjust that if restaurants come in and then want to do expansions of sidewalks for outdoor eating.
We have to get you the exact number. There are some eliminations due to comments that we received from the county, but that might, off the top of my head, that was a while. I think it's about maybe 5 in total out of 60-something.
Then we're going to reconfigure some of the side streets to accommodate more parking, so that they don't have to walk all the way from the parking garage to, let's say, Second Drive or beyond, north of that to Fourth. So that was just my concern, because people have been calling me like, well, what are you doing with the sidewalks in the parking spaces? I said, well, I'm not sure. I think I mentioned that in my one-ons with the other day.
Can you state on the record what is the final status of the sidewalks? You're going to maintain the exact width of the sidewalks?
The exact footprint, but now the usable width is the whole footprint. Whereas before, the usable width, if you're ADA, right, if you have some sort of disability, your width is restricted to that one, which is 2% cross slope, about 5 feet or 6 feet on either side. Now we're making the entire footprint ADA accessible, which is now fully usable sidewalk. That will go anywhere from, I believe, at the narrowest point, very few areas is about 8 feet. The majority is about 10.
Mostly because of the planters, also.
Yeah, so the width is coming from the removal of the planters.
There is some width augmentation because of the planter remover. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Through the manager, if I can just get a diagram of the parking spaces that will be removed so that I can speak more clearly and transparently to any businesses that call me, et cetera. Thank you.
Yeah. Is that it, Councilman Roth? Okay, good. Thank you. And thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move to the consent agenda, and then we'll insert the add-on item. So moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, let's go to the added item, the grant, Mr. Manager. Or do we have a motion?
We have a resolution.
Oh, go ahead. Read the resolution.
It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting a grant award from the State of Florida Office of Attorney General in order to provide victim advocacy services to crime victims, training of victim advocates, and approving grant agreement, authorizing the city manager to execute and implement the grant agreement, establishing a budget in the amount of $105,594 for the expenditure of grant funds, and providing for an effective date.
We have a motion on this item? Moved by Ross, seconded by Cannonball. We beat you to it. Is there any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote on this item.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Mr. White, the floor is yours.
Yes, please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given in C-8. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, I'd ask council members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning tab 6 and 7 on the agenda.
I think we had unanimity on 6. I didn't have anything on 7 that I recall.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd ask the clerk to swear in any persons who wish to testify on tab 6. Anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on tab 6, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 6, card number 4915, is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by Bama LLC and Penco LLC of an approximately 62.35 acre parcel of land from agricultural AU zoning district to one family, 1/2 acre estate A2 zoning district for property generally located south of Southwest 296, north of 302nd Street, west of Southwest 192nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Arza? I know we spoke at length regarding this at the,
yes,
the LPA.
Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue. In light of both how long it's taken us to get here and how much longer you have to go, I am happy to forego any formal presentation since I did so previously, but happy to answer any questions.
We'll take tab 6, which is the rezoning, and then the agreement
I
separately.
I just may make a couple comments on
We'll just
tab
do that.
7.
Do that separately in the next discussion. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item, on the rezoning item only? Okay, is there anyone online? All right, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any final comments from council? Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. On this particular item, I notate that it is pretty compatible with the surrounding areas, and my understanding is that that without this rezoning, you would be having a incompatible zone use, right? Like ag on residential. The rights run with the land. So I don't see how we could not how we could keep it from being developed, but out of principle, I will not be supporting this item tonight, but I do look forward to being able to provide comments and suggestions on site plan when it does come to us. So I appreciate that. But out of respect to Lennar in general, I know that Lennar is a great corporate citizen. They provide a lot of community benefits, and they really do have great design and take into consideration and modify their site plans to meet the needs of the council members. So I appreciate the collaboration, but on this particular item, I will have to decline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor.
I was going to save it for the next one, but I will put my 2 cents in real quick as well. Obviously, we as residents of Homestead want to hold on to that ag land. I am very happy that we had at least one person come out and still try to fight for things, but it is hard to understand what those rights are. One thing I would like to say now is, as we spoke during our discussions, we don't have many of these types of lots left. These are the estate lots. This represents old Homestead, at least in my eyes. So I would really work hard at not coming back with any variances. If it means getting rid of a lot or two and making sure that we are at least holding to what that half-acre requirements are, I would really like to see that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any further, Council? And I appreciate the Councilwoman's comments and clarification of your earlier vote at the LPA. Just out of my academic curiosity, look, I lament the loss of our open space. I'm not a big fan of cookie cutter homes either. I'd love to see that available for somebody that's going to be built to do some custom architecturally diverse homes. But as many builders have told me, that's not reality anymore. There aren't any small builders left, much less any medium-sized builders. So, I guess my question in that regard to either of my council colleagues who voted in the negative at the LPA, what the thoughts? Just remain open, larger lots, either of you the thought process, because I'm always struggling for that middle ground and the alternative. So I'm just curious, would 1 acre lots do it, or as is? Just
Thank you, Mayor. I think this agenda item is only for the rezoning. It's not for site plan on
no,
the size
correct.
of the lots.
But this rezoning allows up to 2 homes per acre.
Right, and in discussion, my understanding is their plan is to not do the full amount, close to it probably.
Okay.
But it's currently being farmed.
Not that it matters, but for the record, it's my understanding that neither of the two parcels at hand are owned by farmers and haven't been for many, many, many years. These have been investor-owned. Are they being farmed? Yes. These are not farmers cashing out. To the extent it's relevant, I think that's important.
I agree with you, Mayor. I just reserved the right to make my comments. Thank you.
Absolutely appreciate and respect that. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve tab 6? Moved by Councilman Cannonball. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Fletcher. So let's have a roll call vote on tab 6.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Ross? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Bailey?
Looking forward to see your A game. Yes.
Mayor Losner? Sorry.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, let's move on to tab 7.
Tab 7 is a companion item. This is car number 4917. This is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a public school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement between the city, Miami-Dade County School Board, Penco, BAMA, and Lennar Homes, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. Quick presentation. We've seen these in the past.
Yeah, this is standard fare and development. The school tri-party agreement between the city, the school district, and the county. And so there's a school deficiency in the area. Any developer has to pay. The money goes to the school district, and then they,
And we enforce that through the permitting and CO process, basically.
Exactly. So this will allow us, and that payment has to be made, obviously, in connection with the plat process of the county. But this will approve the agreement, and just part of the development process.
So there's nothing further from council. Let me open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience? Is there anyone online? No one online? Last call for in-person discussion on this item. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 8.
7.
7, I'm sorry. Looking at 8.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arza. Tab 8. Mr. White? Pearl?
Yeah, we're finished with that section
Yes.
of the item. For the tab 8 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending Chapter 19 of the City Code by creating Article 8 entitled Squatters by adding definitions, providing for methods of enforcement, referencing sections 82.036 and 82.037 of the Florida statutes, and requiring information to be submitted to the city for enforcement against violations, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability, and providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Any objection to waiving the staff report on this item? Are there any questions from council? All right, it's been moved by Councilman Cannonball, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. There's nothing further. Let's have a roll call vote on tab 8.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right.
Tab-
In respect of the time of the tax collector who's joined us, if we could deviate to that item, which is tab 17, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Any objection to jumping to tab 17? And we welcome our Miami-Dade tax collector, Dario Fernandez.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Pull that down.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Dario Fernandez, Miami-Dade County Tax Collector. I'm here today in support of item CAR 4919 that create coordination between the City of Homestead and my office to ensure that business tax receipts are issued and renewed in full compliance with the law. For more than 60 years, the Cuban Communist and Socialist regime has oppressed the people of Cuba and depend on support from other countries. to stay in power. Many families in our community understand this reality firsthand. This is why full compliance with federal laws and authorization requirements is essential. The City of Homestead is taking the responsibility approach by promoting clarity, proper communication, and careful review of any businesses affected by federal restriction under the appropriate legal framework. I want to thank Mayor Losner for his leadership and Councilwoman Erica and Councilwoman Clement for sponsoring this important item and prioritizing accountability and compliance. This resolution promotes consistent enforcement, clear coordination, and transparency in the licensing process. My offices stand ready to work with the town manager, mayor, and council to support compliance and protect the integrity of this process. Thank you for your consideration. God bless the City of Homestead, and God bless the United States of America. I always say that, the issue with Cuba is important, because this is not just about politics. This is about national security for the United States of America. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Thank you for coming down and sitting through some of our
Thank you.
process tonight. Mr. Pearl, let's get the resolution before us.
Bear with me for just a moment.
Sure.
Tab 17 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, urging President Donald J. Trump to direct all relevant federal agencies to immediately suspend all applicable Cuba-related authorizations, general licenses, specific licenses, license exceptions, and other approvals for exports, re-exports, financial transactions, services, or business activities to or involving Cuba, except as statutorily required for food and medicine, pending comprehensive audits to ensure no support or benefit is provided to the Cuban regime or its entities, and review of the nature, end use, and ultimate destination of such activities, urging the Florida Legislature to enact Senate Bill 1176, House Bill 1397, or similar legislation that would require any applicants for a local business tax receipt or renewal thereof to conduct transactions subject to a federal sanctions programs, to exhibit an active license or authorization from the Office of Foreign Asset Control, amending the city's 2026 legislative priorities as adopted by Resolution 2005-11-160, authorizing and directing the city manager to work with and support the Miami-Dade County tax collector to ensure that all applicable federal, state, and local laws governing business tax receipts and related compliance requirements are properly followed and enforced, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. That's almost as big a mouthful as the pension item. All right. Questions or comments from council? Councilwoman Apple?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to bring this item forward, co-sponsored by my colleague, Councilman Canaval. And this is not going to affect any businesses that are operating justly and under the proper regulations. It is to ensure that there's no support or benefit providing to the Cuban regime or its entities. And it is authorizing the city manager to work with and support the Miami-Dade County tax collector, not to initiate their own initiatives, et cetera. So this is really just expressing that the City of Homestead stands for freedom and thank you, and supports the county's unanimous vote to act on their resolutions, as well as the City of Miami, City of Coral Gables, and coming from a Cuban family, this is something paramount that I really hope we'll have a unanimous agreement for tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cannonball, anything further? Appreciate your co-sponsorship of this item. Vice Mayor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. When I first read it, my only concern was, as I'm sure most people have friends, I have teachers that are Cuban, they're constantly sending their families things that they need, sending them money. We are 100% sure that that is not going to hurt any of our residents who are trying to help their families, specifically in Cuba.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Vice Mayor. I intimately know many friends, colleagues that use those services, and I specifically asked, and the reality is that they want this to pass. This is how you crush communism, is by defunding anything that supports their business. So it is possible that a business is identified by the Miami-Dade tax collector and could be pulled for doing business. But that is not necessarily an objection from the Cuban community. I hope that,
No, that definitely clarifies a lot, and as I spoke with City Manager's office, that information does end up coming back to us. So as we are looking at how it is specifically affecting or not affecting our local businesses, that we just keep an eye out for our residents that are using some of those services to help their families that need that help. So I just would appreciate any updates as you receive them.
Sure.
That's
I
all.
think our responsibility is to liaise with the tax collector, and whatever information we receive on a monthly basis, we share with Mayor and Council.
All right, thank you. Again, thank you, Tax Collector Fernandez. So we have a motion and a second. We've had public input. Let's have a roll call vote. No, yes, you moved it. You seconded it, yeah.
Councilwoman Konsky,
yes.
Councilwoman Avila,
Yes.
Councilman Roth,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball, Vice Mayor Bailey, Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. Moving on to tab 9.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 9 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 16, Local Business Taxes and Business Regulations, Article 2, Local Business Tax Receipts, Section 16-40, Schedule of Local Business Taxes by adopting the North American Industry Classification System Manual to replace the standard industrial classification system as the standard by which all businesses, occupations, and professions subject to a local business tax shall be classified, repealing and replacing related provisions to reflect the adoption of the NAICS manual, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to the waiver of the staff report? Are there any questions or comments from council? Do we have a motion to approve this item on first? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, second by Councilwoman Konsky. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Avila,
Yes.
Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Konsky,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey, Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving on to tab 10.
Tab 10 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 Zoning, Article 4 Supplemental District Regulations, Division 1 generally to create Section 30-405.2 entitled Frontage, definition for addressing purposes, establishing standards for determining official property addressing for interior lots, corner lots, vacant parcels, commercial and mixed-use properties, and double frontage lots, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to waiving the staff report on this item? Didn't think so. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilman Fletcher. Second by Vice Mayor Bailey. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Cannonball, Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Konsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey, Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion.
Motion carries. All right. Tab 11, Mr. Pearl.
Tab 11 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budget for the Stormwater Utility Fund for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026 by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $2 million, providing for severability and an effective date.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Waive the staff report. This is to provide for some additional funding. Do we have a move by Vice Mayor Bailey, seconded by Councilman Cannonball? Let's have a roll call, please, on tab 10, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher, Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Konsky, Councilman Cannonball, Vice Mayor Bailey, Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And second reading on tab 12.
Yes. Tab 12 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the Firefighters Retirement Plan at Article 4 of Chapter 22.5, Retirement Programs, Article 5, Firefighters Retirement Plan of the City Code by amending Section 22.5-277 Reserve to be titled Funding Stabilization Reserve Account to provide for annual distributions to eligible members, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to waiving the staff report on this second reading? Do we have a motion to approve? Tab 12. Moved by Councilman Roth. Second by Vice Mayor Bailey. Roll call, please, on tab 12.
Councilman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, that takes us to a resolution under tab 12. Mr. Pearl.
Tab
13.
13, sorry, yes. Tab 13 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, acknowledging and formally adopting direction provided to city staff at a council workshop regarding uncollected utility fees, directing the city manager and appropriate departments to implement specific remedial actions, providing for implementation, providing for reporting, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to waiving the staff report? Do we have a motion to approve this item?
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Bailey, second by Councilman Roth. Any comments?
I just want to say this is the one we talked about where we're going to start
The process.
The process. It's a long time coming. I had a gentleman. I spoke to a gentleman today, just as a backstory to this. Apparently, he does a lot of evictions on properties in the city of Homestead, and he's surprised at how long after the tenant has been evicted, the power and water stays on. In some cases, 6 to 8 months, knowing we're not going to get paid for any of that. So this will help that process and help eliminate some of those situations where we're not receiving monies for utilities provided. So thank you to staff for doing all this work, because it's going to be a big push to get some of these uncollected revenues brought back to the city, and hopefully it'll help
into the enterprise.
Yeah, into the enterprise, and help us with infrastructure issues and things that we can eventually start paying for. So thank you to staff for all the work you did on this. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Roth. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I had the same conversation with, I'm assuming the same gentleman, because I can't imagine this is happening often. But in that particular case, what is the issue, or can you identify the break in the process, and how is this, the action items we're approving tonight going to help avoid that from happening? Or do we already have a process, we just have to implement it?
So the first phase is the mailers that started on the 13th to notify customers that their past due balances need to be made up to date or come into a payment plan. The second phase is the tagging process, which will start after March 16th, which will give a full month so all customers are notified. After that, if you have past due balances, you are subject to disconnection. So that is the piece that is missing. The actual disconnection of past due balances.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. Does that conclude the questions or comments from council? So let's have a roll call vote on tab 13.
Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Moving on to tab 14.
Tab 14 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, concerning authorized signatories on city checks, wire transfers, and related financial instruments, superseding a portion of the prior resolution 2011-10-104 on the same subject matter, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? We have a motion to approve. Moved by the Vice Mayor.
Second.
Second by Councilman Cannibal. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And Mr. Pearl, tab 15, please.
Tab 15 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a purchase-sale agreement, authorizing the execution of a triple net lease agreement, and authorizing the issuance of a note in an amount not to exceed $1,666,812 to secure a loan for the purchase of a property from the sellers of the property located at 406 Washington Avenue, providing for a covenant to budget and appropriate non-ad valorem revenues for the payment of the loan, providing for security for the note, approving and authorizing the execution and delivery of a loan agreement, authorizing a note and such other documents as may be necessary in connection with the loan, providing for severability, providing for a repealer, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Rather than staff report, I'll let staff address any questions that members of council may have with respect to this item? Are there any questions or comments on this item from council? Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I still stand in objection to this item in general, and I can't see myself approving financing the acquisition of it. We have properties already in our coffers that we can't get deals done with, and adding another property to our inventory, especially this one, that land value as is what we want it for, and this price is just way beyond. Price per square footage is just not, in my professional opinion, where we should be investing our money. And the gentleman that spoke earlier, he had sound comments, and he had the right to speak the items that he was speaking. And the reality is that this is not providing a return. It's not for an immediate plan. It's not adding to the livability or the profitability for businesses in downtown. There's no public benefit. It's for a future plan that we don't have, and this is just not a good investment in my opinion. So I will be not supporting this item again.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anything further? Councilman? Vice Mayor? Thank you, Vice Mayor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have obviously had many discussions on this. As I mentioned at the last meeting, I was greatly inspired by the charrettes at the State of the City with Mayor Mirbot speaking about acquiring land. I do believe that there are specific places that we as a city should hold on to. I have always prided myself in voting honestly and with my heart. I am apologizing right now. I am really embarrassed to say this, but I was always sure that the parking lot next to the Goodyear was part of the deal. So having frontage on Chrome and having frontage on Washington Avenue was one of the bigger pieces that I was hopeful for. Not having that parking lot really changed things. You can ask staff. I almost cried. I think that it is incredibly, I can't even apologize enough that somehow that fell through the cracks for me. I typically take my time and look at things. I was 100% sure that that parking lot was included. And when I was speaking with the CRA director and talking about other opportunities that we would have in the meantime, of course there's concerns with not having the marketplace taking off yet. Not having that parking lot honestly was a big deal for me. So I don't know if I can support it without that. I was really hopeful with a vision to be able to do something great on that corner, but just on the corner of Washington Avenue, like I said. From what the CRA director says, the person who owns the parking lot is absolutely not interested in selling. That was another question that I had right away. Are we able to at least then acquire that lot? So I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to change my mind not having that parking lot. Thank you.
Vice Mayor. Yes, Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate everybody's comments so far. One of my major concerns is what other properties do we still need to get to for the long-term plan of the downtown charrette planning process. I too had the question in regards to the parking lot. I know there's some adjacent properties that we're also going to be looking at in the future. A couple of basic questions were answered for me. I've always asked this question in the past, and a lot of these times these things become very political. But I actually have a recommendation from city staff to approve this purchase and long-term plan. But I would look at the manager or the CRA director and say, if this was your money, would you buy this piece of property? You're telling me you're requesting us recommendation for us to approve it. if this was your money and you were going to buy this property, would you do this? No answer. That gives me a little concern, but it doesn't change my resolve on what I think we need to do. Is this necessary to complete our vision for downtown? Is this piece of property? Can someone give me an answer to that?
This one particular piece of property, like all of the core downtown, has a future place in that vision that was formulated by the community and accepted by the board. Is it absolutely critical? No. No piece of property is critical in that vision. It is a part of the overall fabric, though, of that future plan for downtown.
Okay, thank you for that. And for some of the adjacent properties, again, I understand the parking lot is not for sale. The current owner is not interested. But some of the other properties that are around it, have we discussed that with those property owners, and are they willing to look at that in the future?
At this time, we have not had those discussions, and I would share with the board, as I think I had shared with you, council member, the discussions that we had initially had with the parking lot owner was not for this purpose. It was related to potential acquisition for expanding parking. We have not, however, had any conversations with any other adjacent property owners.
Okay, and finally, just for clarification, the gentleman that spoke earlier talked about expending taxpayer funds on this purchase. Although CRE money is taxpayer funds, it's specifically for a certain area of the city. We're spending taxpayer funds on Chrome Avenue, doing a whole lot of upgrades. We just saw that earlier tonight. I think this is a benefit for that process. I will be supporting this item tonight. Doesn't look like long term that I think, it's going to be occupied for someone for some period of time, maybe longer than the 3-year period. So I think we can get some of our investment back long term. With that, I'll yield for any other comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fletcher. And Vice Mayor, to your concern, for me, parking is a really big concern. I don't think the parking garage is sufficient. It's not centrally located. We're going to have a small parking lot behind Jacobson's, and I think we're all kind of getting a little bit of mixed signals on sidewalk width, and is parking coming out is in the Chrome issues. And I've kind of cast about and spoken with the manager and the CRA director together about finding parking islands. And one thing I can, to your point on the parking lot, one thing I came up with, and I don't know that it's been addressed with the corner, the parking lot to the west of this property. Clearly, that has to travel with that building. They have no parking but for that lot. I mean, as far back as I can remember, when that was a big cafeteria there, until Andrew, the sign still said Barnett Cafeteria parking. But let me come back to the point. I think we're at the point in the life of this city where we can get really creative, and perhaps even in the future go to that property owner and acquire air rights where a parking garage is done, where the owner still retains the surface rights, and we can acquire air rights over that corner for a parking structure. So I guess my point to that is we're not totally wiped out there. That is not off the table. And certainly, had it been connected to this, that changes a lot of things. I think that this did, it became political. That's my colleague's right to make it political. But I just want to say, for the record, the council asked for deep environmental studies. They were provided. They came back clear. Structural studies came back solid, pardon the pun. So this is not about slandering this property. or these property owners. This is a policy decision. You know, my problem with the speaker earlier is that he made allegations that were not borne out by the facts and by the homework that apparently some of his colleagues here, asked to be done. So it's just a policy. Are we going to control our destiny or not? I think we missed the boat on Palms Plaza right across the street. You know, the words of Mayor Mirabot, if you don't own it, you don't control it. We know that, 3 years in the future, at the furthest, there will no longer be a tire and auto repair shop at that location. When we look back and see how things have changed in Homestead for the better in the last 18 to 24 months and what the future may bring, I still feel, and look, the CRA director brought this item to the table. Am I friends with the owners? Absolutely. I've known Mr. Pedersen since the mid-1980s. Am I their attorney? No. Do I have financial dealings with them? No. Don't judge them by me or where they are politically. Judge them by what's right for Homestead. And I think we've, previously, and we all have the right to change our minds, but, technically we've gotten all the information that this council asked for, and I think we can be certain that for the next 24 to 36 months, we're not going to have another vacant building, and I'm confident that the next council will be able to find a really good tenant or use perhaps without demolishing the building that's not even on our radar today. But without that, without ownership, we don't get to control it. So with that, do we have yes, sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, it wasn't the fact that I wanted the additional parking. It was the frontage of Chrome Avenue. Any successful downtown, that parking garage is close enough. People complaining that those are Miami complaints. You have to walk half a mile. I don't think that's an issue. If it's an area where you want to visit, we went to a Boys and Girls Club thing in Wynwood, and you have to park far, you have to walk if it's something that's worth visiting. So it wasn't that I was looking for the parking. I saw it as a great investment having Chrome and Washington, so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Mayor.
Right. I don't think there was a motion on the table, was there?
I'll move it.
Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. And this is tab 15? 15, tab 15, the purchase, car number 4829. So if there's no further comment from council, let's put this to rest. A roll call vote.
Councilman Roth?
No.
Councilwoman Avila?
No.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
No.
Vice Mayor Bailey?
No.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion fails.
Thank you. My deep personal apologies to the property owners. In my opinion, you have been significantly wronged by the majority. It's their discretion to do so, and you act in the manner that you need to act.
I'm sorry. Given that this has failed, we now have no funding, so we're within the due diligence period, and the manager's going to have to take some action to exercise the city's rights under the due diligence in the absence of the funding to terminate and the city's discretion to move forward. Can I have a motion to direct the manager?
Motion to direct to terminate.
To direct the manager to terminate that?
Okay. Moved by Councilwoman Avila to terminate. We have a second. Second by Councilman Roth. Let's have a roll call vote on the direction to terminate.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
No.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Out of principle, no. I know in reality there's no funding, so it's got to be terminated.
Motion failed. I mean,
Okay,
carried,
motion
sorry.
carried. Motion to terminate, to direct the manager to provide notice of termination passes. All right, let's move on to tab 16.
Tab 16 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the award of a contract to Blue Island Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Corp. and JCR Mechanical Contractor, Inc. for ITB 2026-01 HVAC repair and refrigeration, equipment, maintenance, and providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. If there are no objection, we'll waive the staff report and we'll open the floor to any questions or comments from council on tab 16.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Fletcher.
Yeah, just as a side in my one-on-ones with staff, again, I want to make sure that we're getting the message out to local business owners that we need them to engage in our process if they want to be involved with the city. I asked where this current business is located, and it works out of a house in the city of Homestead, but their business address is their home address. Take a picture, their truck's in front of the house. So I'm kind of glad they live here in the city of Homestead, but you know, they're doing business out of their house. So, you know, this is a lot of money we're spending with a small company. I think that, are we sure they have the capability to perform the actions needed?
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you for the due diligence on that. Okay. Any further?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Council, just on the record, subsequent to this conversation with Councilman Fletcher, I asked the procurement director to carry out additional due diligence measures. So I'm going to ask the procurement director on the record to state what her findings.
Good evening. So yes, we performed the due diligence on both of the vendors and reached out. Can you hear me better? Okay. And reached out to their references and all came back with good references. Let's see, for Blue Island, we reached out to several of theirs, which were Papa Joe's Waterfront, 15th Street Fisheries, and Lakeshore Community Association. They all came back with good reviews. As well as for JCR, we reached out to several of their references as well, and again, they all had good references.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yes.
In case I forget later on under council comments, could you remind me, please, to talk about WeWork, which I think is a solution that might satisfy Councilman Fletcher's concerns and mine as well. So you make a very valid point, but I just don't want to forget. Thank you.
So I just wanted to add, Kamar just reminded me, so what we're going to do at the end of the month, we're planning to, beyond just the advertising that she asked me to bring up, so Southeast Chamber of Commerce, we are now advertising with them as well to get the word out to the local vendors. But our plan is to also host an event the end of the month to our local vendors to sort of like a round table to ask what it is that maybe why they're not bidding on some of our projects, and so we can work with them to get them to participate more often.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can make a comment on that as well.
Certainly.
I really love hearing that that's going to be an initiative. Several years ago, I was designated as the council liaison to the Southeast Chamber of Commerce, and it wasn't really formalized, but going to those meetings and sharing information and bringing back, sharing events, et cetera, it's really key, and that type of participation is necessary. I would really like for someone to be designated again. I volunteer to re-engage as a member of the chamber as is. I am already participating, but not having that authority to be representing the city and bringing back would be, a disconnect in some cases. So
Yeah,
I'd
we
like
can
to
perhaps
have
do that under my business if time allows and we all remember.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman.
So just a quick thought to Ms. Brown. On our community calendar, would it be appropriate to post city bids?
We are able to add a designated tab for city business that would redirect. So yes, we can explore that opportunity.
Okay, so that's an opportunity. I'll discuss a little bit about our community calendar in my business, but
Okay.
something to think of.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion on this item? I don't recall. Was it on the table? Do we have a motion? Okay, so moved by Cannonball. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. Does that include the comments on tab 16?
One.
Yes, Councilman Roth.
Just to back up Councilman Fletcher's comment, do we have a performance kick out in case they fail to perform?
Yes, we do. We have termination for cause and convenience in our contracts.
You could have just said yes from over there.
She's on the tape. We can hear that. Thank you. All right, so I think we have a motion and a second. If that concludes the questions or comments, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konsky?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The mo-
So I think it's that time of night when we need to do a
Motion to
couple of
extend.
things. Move to extend this and any other meetings that are scheduled for tonight to 9:30, just as a safeguard, and recess here for 5 minutes. So moved. All in favor? All right, 5 minutes. Okay. It looks like we made it in 5 minutes or less, and somewhere in the home stretch here. Takes us tab 18, is that correct, Mr. Pearl?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Tab 18 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the agreement with Crown Castle for private MPLS fiber network connectivity and redundant internet service in an amount not to exceed $1,121,604, utilizing the General Services Administration contract number GS35F-465DA, exempting the purchase from competitive bidding in accordance with Section 2-411.12A of the City Code, authorizing the city manager to execute all documents necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, authorizing the manager to approve a price adjustment of up to 10%, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. All right. So implicit in Councilman Ross' moving of the items, we're going to waive the staff report. And Cannonball, did you second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments from council on tab 18? Seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Konsky?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, so we have deferred tabs 19 and 20, correct?
Tab
No.
19 was
No,
withdrawn.
19
was withdrawn.
was withdrawn.
20 we need to deal with.
20 we need to do.
deal with. Yes, okay.
So
All right, tab 20, Mr. Pearl.
Tab 20 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30, Zoning, Article 4, Supplemental District Regulations, Division 2, Off-Street Parking to modify regulations and standards related to temporary parking of boats, and further establishing regulations concerning parking within the private rights-of-way permitted within private residential developments, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Very good. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you. If there's a way to mirror all my comments from LPA and just repeat them back play right now, I would. But again, I just seek your support in passing first reading, and that we will do our due diligence and address as best as possible any items and issues and questions and discrepancies that come up in between. And as you know, we heard tonight, there is opportunity and room to explore other issues relating to the same. So we'll see it again at second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just ask that whoever makes a motion that agrees that implicit in that is the compiling of the information we asked for at the LPA, with respect to all the associations that we can locate
Yeah, that's
to
direction
see
the
what they
manager.
are. Yeah. Okay, so do we have a motion on this item?
I'll move.
Moved by Councilman Cannonball.
Second.
Do we have a second? Who seconded it? Of course. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, so let's have a roll call vote on first reading.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
No.
The motion carries.
All right, and we have then deferred tab 22 regarding potential accessory dwelling unit legislation.
Mr. Mayor?
What's that?
I think you're skipping tab
Did I miss-
21.
Did I miss 21? Oh, okay.
City logo.
All right, very good. Mr. Pearl.
Tab 21 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting the new official city logo, amending the city color palette, providing for the retirement and grandfathering of prior city logo, establishing use, regulation, and approval requirements for the new city logo, providing for administration and transition, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Very good, thank you. Obviously, this was my request to go on the agenda. Matter of personal preference, I wanted to hear from the rest of you. I know that many of you on parade signage and other correspondence are now using the round seal rather that we adopted as an ancillary seal. We did adopt it, but we retained what's been referred to as the tombstone as the official seal. This calls for retiring that out and moving to the round seal. I think for design purposes and style. Again, my personal taste, I really like the round one much more than the tombstone. It'll be around for a while. It'll be on these binders. It'll be on police cars. It'll be.
Yeah, the chairs that I made myself because I'm not going to throw them away.
You're what? Yeah. So that
If
was
I may?
awesome. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman?
I think that the tombstone, I wish there was a better word for that, but I find this to be very formal and
Mm-hmm.
very respected, and that the circle one is more casual, more useful, and for all intents and purposes of moving forward and on
Mm-hmm.
branding, I think that we should go with the circle one. It's more attractive, it fits better, but this is retiring it, but if we, as council members or future councils, were to prefer this, does this restrict them from being able to use this one in lieu of another one?
They could bring it back and
So like, for
Yeah.
example, on flyers, maybe this actually looks better on a certain brand, branded flyer. So can we just leave for,
well, and maybe the title here, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, we're adopting the primary city logo. So
But-
the
and-
round would be used primarily,
Okay.
but there may be times when each council member are given a design, we could still, future councils could revert back to, okay, who's the geometry expert? What's the official name of that shape
but would it
other
require,
than tombstone?
would it require an act of council for a
No.
council? Okay, and forgive me, but due to the length of this agenda, I kind of skipped over reviewing the city logo one. So there's nothing in here that would restrict us from being able to use this without any regulation or restriction.
No, because we were using the round one.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm moving.
All right, moved by
Hold on.
Councilman Cannonball,
I'll
seconded by
second.
Councilwoman Avila.
Wait, I want to clarify the point, because the resolution, with retirement and the grandfather, states that notwithstanding the foregoing, the prior city logo may continue to be used for the purposes of exhausting existing inventory material, signage, publications, or digital assets that were produced or in circulation prior to the effective date of the resolution. No new materials, reproductions, or uses of the prior city logo shall be initiated after the effective date of
Unless,
this resolution,
could you add in,
expressly
unless authorized by council?
by the city manager or designee. So
Okay.
that delegate, the manager has the authority.
Okay.
Under
Can
the
you just
resolution.
list city council members
Yeah.
as designees? Because I think that's more so for vendors, third parties, that they can't use the document,
What I-
use the logo.
I
And that's
think
Whatever's necessary to allow it to seamlessly be used as a secondary symbol.
Secondary? Okay.
Thank
so
you.
I just,
All right, roll call. Yes,
Just
Councilman
a
Roth.
point, just so I'm clear. Does that mean I can still wear the shirts I own today?
Yeah.
And Zuri, you got me those hats, thank you, but I think they're outdated now.
No. They're collector's items now.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So we'll need new hats with the new one.
All right. And we've adopted, so there's no question on the colors. That's built into that. Well, I think that's the reproduction. It's not necessarily what's the real, yeah. Okay, so let's have a roll call on that. Anything? We good over here? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Consky?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Let me touch real quickly on tab 22. There was a statute that was moving forward in the legislature that would have preempted all of our ordinances and would have mandated that by December 1st, we enact legislation to affirmatively permit accessory dwelling units in any single-family residential neighborhood. So just in the last couple of days, the advice I have from our folks in Tallahassee, that may be stalled. I'll tell you, I am not a proponent of ADUs. I was just trying to get ahead of state statute. So a month delay on 22 will give us a better feel. Did that revive itself as the legislature went forward? So, in my view, there was no need to go forward with this tonight because it's not really looming at this point. It may be next month. We'll see. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that moves to, I need to announce a vacancy on the Affordable Housing Committee for the Banking for Affordable Housing. Is this Mr. Pruna?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. So just want to put on your radar that, and there are very specific categories and eligibility, and it's one that is a mandated position. So we need to find someone currently involved in banking that deals with affordable housing. Not exclusively, but that's in the wheelhouse. Now, and I'll ask you, Deputy Manager Brown, is banking used in the traditional term, or would it be other, not mainline banking, but financial services?
So the ordinance stipulates banking. Now, we can maybe speak with the city attorney to determine if banking and financial services, if there's an alignment. So I can follow up with the city attorney's office and we can make a determination and report back to council.
Okay. Well, just, we'll go ahead and advertise it as banking, and I want to put that on all of your radars for, potential qualified folks with that caveat that it may or may not be very tightly defined.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. If I am so appointed as the chamber liaison, this would be great to add to the list of things that I should share at the upcoming chamber meetings.
Okay.
It would be nice if I could have help creating the list of things.
So we will provide a succinct list of all the categories that were outlined in the ordinance, and then we will work with the clerk to put a flyer out, the clerk of the communications division, to put a flyer out, and we'll circulate it with the South Day Chamber.
And this is the only vacancy at this time, and
this
is an absolute mandated category.
That is correct.
And Mayor, is there another vacancy on the pension board that needs to be filled?
I understand that I've heard out in the public that some resumes or applications have been submitted to the clerk in the last few days, at least one on the police pension board.
And it was forwarded to your staff, Mayor.
Okay, I haven't seen that yet. I got a phone call telling me to, heads up, and that was, I think, last night.
So, Mayor and Council, this has to do with monies that come from the states. So, I don't know whether the city attorney can independently opine on changing stipulation of eligibility for membership.
I'm going to have to go.
So my recommendation would be very simple: to be very cautious and on the safe side. Mandate us to come back on the CAR meeting as with a special call and change that language and bring it for second reading on March 18. Within 30 days, we're in fully compliance.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. After research and verifying with the state and all that, sure.
And I apologize, I jumped ahead in the agenda. Councilman Fletcher, it's your time to shine.
Usually these are down in the bottom. So
Yeah.
No worries. Thank you for the time.
Page 15.
I did want to, during my business, I did want to bring up, as we all know, FIFA World Cup is coming this year. They just had some big doings this week up in the county, but I wanted the staff to start looking at watch parties here in the city of Homestead with some of our residents, and maybe coordinating with the new folks at Sports Hub, some of the things we can look at during the FIFA World Cup that's coming up in June. So if we could start looking at that, I'd be happy to.
So, Councilman, we, through the manager, we have actually started a planning to some respect for this event or weeks-long event. For the benefit of council, the World Cup kicks off in June, and then it runs all the way through July, August, I believe. We have a two-prong approach. We are intending, and we'll memorialize this with a memo once we have all the plans and the budgets and for council's consideration. But loosely, the plan is that we will partner with local businesses for early in June to activate a watch parties. One that comes to mind, I think we have a Mexico versus, let's say, Switzerland game. We will find a local restaurant. We will represent Mexico. They will host the watch party. As we get closer to, the team calls it the quarterfinals, right? We're exploring the ability to establish a fan zone where it's now the city curating an event or the watch party event. We'll have to determine the location. And then on the World Cup night, we will have the culmination probably being a larger event with a huge watch party, whether or not it will trigger food trucks and more or less some sort of an activation. But yes, that is something that the manager has given direction that we explore, and we have begun the planning to that end. So we will formally share with council the plan, the outline, any potential budget impact for council to ultimately make a decision on whether or not we proceed.
No, that's awesome. And again, that's just incumbent on us to go out and look for some additional sponsors outside to help offset those costs and gain more notoriety in the community is all. That's all I was bringing it up for. Today, I did a little drive around in the southwest section of town. I haven't been there in a couple of months. And I got to tell you, the Homestead Gardens project blows my mind. From where we were to where we're at today, although it's still under construction, it's just absolutely amazing. I'm happy we were able to help the community in that area. Even in the older apartments, you know, they have brand new air conditioners now that they didn't have any before. So it's just great to see that that's finally coming to fruition. Also, I hadn't seen the greeting card on the wall. And so I looked at that today, and it's absolutely awesome. I wish it was able to move closer to Chrome Avenue because it is a little, you got to tweak your neck a little bit to see it, but it's awesome. I did have the opportunity this last weekend to go to Daytona for the 500 race and look at their public safety and their traffic management systems and their security. And let me tell you, if you've never been before, and it's been 20 plus years since I've been to Daytona, but you know, 150,000 people, the event was completely sold out. And right into it, they had to do rapid schedule changes at the beginning because there was a weather front coming through. So they moved the race up an hour, you know, to prevent having like a mass evacuation type event that I've seen at other events. But I can tell you they could still learn a few things from an old Homestead cop about how to direct traffic. They need some help. But all in all, it was a great learning opportunity for me, and we're going to share my insights with the chief and the manager. Spent some time with Guillermo walking around and envisioning what our fan zone can look like coming up for the 2026 championship. And I can tell you, people were there buying tickets for our race. We expect to sell out. So if you haven't got your tickets yet, you might want to reach out and grab those because they're going quickly. Next, I just want to reemphasize and have everybody take a look at the Discover Homestead website. We do have the community calendar on there now. It's right on the City of Homestead website. You can go to the link. As we start building it, there's going to be a lot of great information there about the community. And with that, I will leave for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We've still got CRA. Councilwoman Konski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those of you, right on cue, thank you. For those of you who could not attend the silent disco that the GFWC Women's Club of Homestead was hosting, you're in luck because it's been postponed. So February 27th, we will be hosting a silent disco. Mr. Mayor, you said you were a little confused on exactly how you have a silent disco. It's 2 genres of music being played simultaneously. You listen in on your headphones so that you can dance along with whatever genre you like. This is just our payback to the community to give you something, an alternative to do on a Friday night. So that's February 27th. You can find us on social media or Eventbrite for tickets. Also, March 8th is International Women's Day. So in honor of that activity, the GFWC Women's Club also hosts a annual Woman of the Year where we honor women in the community for their outstanding service to the community and what they contribute, their time and service. So we ask that you would participate in that as well. And also I want to acknowledge the fact that I've taken notice to the cleanliness and tidiness and the removal and the overall approval or appeal of the city. I don't know what we've been doing, but it's visually noticeable. The shopping carts, the trash, it's gone. You know, it was been my complaint to the mayor prior to being on council that the overall appeal of the city needed some attention and tending to. So kudos to those who are taking initiative and action in doing so. It has been noticed, not just by myself, but others as well. So thank you. Moving on to Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a correction to the date for the Women of the Year. You mentioned the 8th, which is Women's Day, but the actual event is on March 14th.
March 14th. Thank you for clarification.
So, I think we're looking for more organizations to honor their Woman of the Year as well. So
we did not want to compete with Rotary.
Right.
So we can be there to support you guys.
We'll leave that either for Julio or for the mayor to talk about, because that's coming up too. Besides that, I got nothing.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cannibal?
Now let's go to the CRA. Let's get
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make it really quick. Love the FIFA ideas. A couple years back, we helped one of our local teams by the city advertising a watch party, and Keg South donated money towards them. So it might, we've got some time. We might want to sponsor a few of our local youth teams and allow some of our businesses who will obviously benefit from having so many people donate a certain percentage of what they make. A couple quick things, code related. There have been a lot of chickens around lately, in the Southwest especially.
Everywhere.
It happens, I don't know, it seems to be something that's like every 5 years, there's like an influx. I don't personally mind them, but I've received a couple calls. I was like, I'm not sure what we do about that.
It's the price of eggs.
So if a chicken is tied to a particular property, we do cite the property owner for chickens, coops, and those. The free roamers are the ones that are usually the nuisance pests. We can't really, they don't come with a collar, so they're very hard to tie down, but we do our best to try to look at evidence for people that have food out or things like that. So, yes.
Okay, I'll send you a couple addresses then.